Council. Would our clerk please read the order and notice of call of special session?
Notice is hereby given that a special session of the City of Ann Arbor City Council will be held electronically on Monday, July 27th at 7:00 p.m. for the following purpose: the resolution to order the election and determine ballot question for charter amendment for the 2021 affordable housing millage.
Thank you very much. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of
United
America,
States of America,
and to the republic
to the
which it
republic
stands,
for which it stands,
one nation,
nation, under
indivisible,
God,
with
indivisible,
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Hayner.
Here.
Councilmember Bannister.
Here.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here.
Councilmember Lum.
Here.
Councilmember Grand.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman. Absent. Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Eaton.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to add council communications time following public comment.
Is there any objection to that from council members? Adding council communication after public comment. Further discussion of the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda as amended is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time in this context, please dial 877-853-5247. That is 877-853-5247. Upon dialing that number, please enter the meeting code 985-4951-9810. That is 985-4951-9810. You'll be placed on the queue. When you wish to speak at public comment, you'll please raise your hand by dialing *9. Please raise your hand by *9. The clerk will eventually recognize you by identifying your last 3 digits of your phone number. When the clerk identifies you, it will be your turn to speak. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the clerk, who will identify who will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. After you have 30 seconds remaining, your timer is up and we ask you to cease your comment and give way to the next speaker. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Caller ending in 465. You can now speak. Caller 465.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Ann Arbor City Council members. My name is Bridget Healy, and I serve as the Vice President of Impact and Advocacy at United Way of Washtenaw County. I'm speaking tonight to share that as we continue to navigate the complex economic and human service challenges in our community presented by COVID-19, I wanted to once again impress upon you the unremitting need for affordable housing solutions for residents of Washtenaw County and for residents of the city of Ann Arbor specifically. United Way of Washtenaw County endorses the proposed affordable housing millage, which would support building, maintaining, and acquiring permanent affordable housing solutions to low-income households, making incomes up to 60% of area median income. Solutions like this are needed now more than ever, given the continued negative impact of COVID-19 on our workforce. We also know that Washtenaw County is a more expensive county in which to live, with a cost of living index higher than state and national averages. Of the 358,000 plus individuals living in our county, 14% live below the poverty line, which is only to about $12,000 for an individual, or $25,000 annually for a family of 4. This translates to over 50,000 people in Washtenaw County living in poverty. I urge you and your colleagues to vote yes on the proposed affordable housing millage because it will provide both housing security and financial stability for those who need it the most, while allowing more of those who work in Ann Arbor to live in Ann Arbor. And as always, I thank you for your time and consideration. I know your colleagues and you are working hard to navigate the city through this very unprecedented time, and we at United Way of Washington County greatly appreciate your efforts. And please don't hesitate to contact me or our CEO, Pam Smith, if we can be of assistance in any way. Together, we can help our community weather this crisis. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 677. Caller 677, you
Hi.
can go ahead and speak.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes. You have before you an opportunity to take a historic step toward alleviating the affordable housing crisis that affects not only our city, but our entire county. By voting yes to ask the voters to approve an affordable housing millage. This housing crisis is something we've been aware of for many years, and we've also been aware of the solutions for many years as well. But you have the honor of being the ones that get to approve one of these solutions, and we're all counting on you to do so. It's necessary to get this proposal right. And that's why a dedicated group of nonprofits has been working out the details for many years. As a result of this work, the proposal includes some features, the importance of which might not be obvious. For example, this millage is proposed to run for 20 years and not a shorter amount of time. That's necessary in order to make maximum use of the money. The best way to leverage it is to use these local dollars to unlock available federal funding. But federal funding agencies need to know that the projects that they fund have affordable housing committed for at least 15 years. If we had a shorter run, we might miss out on the opportunity to leverage the money. And if we make the millage last for even exactly 15 years, then we'd have to hurry up and get all of our proposals ready to submit for matching grants immediately, which is impossible. That's why we need a 20-year millage. Federal funding also often requires that subsidized housing provide supportive services. Supportive services are a crucial component of providing housing to the most vulnerable populations. In order to best leverage the money and in order to give people what they need, we must provide supportive services along with just simply building buildings. You may think that by capping the supportive services spending, you're allowing us to build more buildings, but we could very well end up with fewer buildings because we'd miss out on grant opportunities that are only available if the supportive services funding is there. Please uncap the supportive services spending. You need not fear. There's strong support for this millage in the community. The nonprofits that crafted this proposal hired a top polling firm and asked voters if they would support a millage to construct affordable housing and provide supportive services for 20 years. Overwhelmingly, the voters did support it. 77% of voters in Ann Arbor, including at least 75% of voters in every ward, support it. So this millage is not only necessary, it will be effective, and it will be popular. There's no one solution to the affordable housing crisis. We need to do all these things. We need to do a lot of things at once. But this is one high impact thing we can do, and it provides a crucial piece of the strategy. It would be hard to tackle the affordable housing crisis without this, no matter what other strategies we tried. It'll still be hard to tackle the affordable housing crisis, even if we use this strategy in addition to any other ones you might be thinking of, all at the same time. We need to do it all. And in order to do it all, we need to do this. The time has been taken to get this right. Ann Arbor is ready. We're just waiting for you, and we hope that you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 205. Caller ending in 205, you can speak.
Hey, it's Joe Spalding. Real fast here. No promise, no scolding, anything like that. I want to say, echo Michelle here. Encourage you all to get the affordable housing millage onto the ballot uncapped for 20 years. I'd like to invite you thinking about presidential politics, because this is front and center with the election that's coming up. Donald Trump has made housing an issue, and preservation specifically of single family zoning. If he is elected, we're going to need as much money as possible for affordable housing, because we're not going to have any help. And that's true in Ann Arbor, it's true everywhere. And Ann Arbor actually has the capability of making this happen if we get it on the ballot and the will to do it. If Joe Biden is there, we're going to get way more return on our investment because HUD's going to be able to sink some of those real dollars into your community in order to match those funds. The other thing briefly that I wanted to bring up was, given the situation that's going on across the country in the streets, Ann Arbor should consider passing a new resolution reaffirming their opposition to police cooperation, Ann Arbor police cooperation with ICE, but also at this point, unidentified federal agencies or mercenaries who don't really know who's on the streets, essentially kidnapping citizens for no reason, violating habeas corpus and the First Amendment, among many other amendments in the Constitution. So I do think that it is time for the cities with the will to be able to take that stand, and Ann Arbor is absolutely within that capability of taking a stand towards the, frankly, fascism that we're seeing on the streets across America today. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Caller 465. Caller 465, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I've already spoken at public comment tonight.
Caller 280.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rob Boley, and I'm a Ward 4 resident. Calling to ask all of you to support this affordable housing millage tonight and to continue supporting it going forward through the November election. Thank you for the work you've done on this issue so far and for the seriousness with which you've addressed it. And thank you for holding this special meeting to give this the urgent attention it deserves tonight. I just wanted to quickly raise a few specific issues in my time. First, as others have said, please keep the 20-year term for this millage. It'll provide more certainty for long-term planning and will maximize the availability of additional funding sources for the projects this will support. Second, please include language making a strong commitment that this millage will not replace any current funding for affordable housing. This should be supplemental to allow the city to greatly expand affordable housing and services, and using it to replace any current funding would undermine the purpose of the millage and would diminish its impact. And then third, I don't think the pandemic and recession are reasons to oppose this millage. I actually think they make it more important than ever that we provide affordable housing options and services to help the housing insecure in Ann Arbor. I'm cognizant of the fact that there are people in Ann Arbor who have a hard time paying their property taxes, and I think we can and should continue to find ways to help them, like the poverty exemption that the city offers. But the burden of a modest increase in property taxes from this millage is dramatically outweighed by the good it would do for lower income and housing insecure people in our community during uncertain economic times. We set a goal a few years ago to create about 140 units of affordable housing per year for 20 years, and we've not come close to that so far. This millage would get us a long way toward that goal, so I hope you'll support it. Let's get this done and take a huge step forward in living up to our progressive values as a city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 097, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, yes, thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak. My name is Kristen Mahler, and I'm a longtime First Ward resident. I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said regarding the need for council to get this to the voters so that they can, we can move forward with this initiative. We really need it in Ann Arbor. I know many of my children's friends have not been able to even afford to live in the wonderful city they grew up in. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm going to keep it short and just really encourage you to vote to make sure that we can get this out to the voters so we can move forward as the progressive, inclusive city that we believe we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, phone number ending in 249. Hi, caller
Hello.
249.
Yes, hello. Hey, this is Glenn Ziegler on Kraus Street in Ward 5. And I think affordable housing funding is a really important issue, and we need to find a way to do it. I'm just a little concerned the way this was brought to council quite so quickly when not allowing council to have time to really consider this. It's been considered by other folks, but tried to rush through council. And I think there's a couple of considerations that should be thought about or perhaps added to the language. Something in particular about home ownership opportunity. And we've heard a lot of talk about race and equity in these days, and it seems that the lack of wealth built through home ownership is a real negative impact on the net worth of African American folks. And why don't we have some sort of a home ownership program included as a part of this millage? And I've also heard a lot of comment here that the reason we need to have long-term funding is to allow this funding to be used to leverage state and local funds. And I have a concern over the funding being used for floodplain development, because floodplain development, these local funds could not be used to leverage state and local funds. So I think that should be pretty important to include some language that would prevent the use of these funds in floodplain locations. And there are examples of this in the works right now, and why would we want to put this most vulnerable population on floodplain sites anyway? You can't use the federal. You can't use this money to match state and federal money, and you've got a lot higher flood levels and rainfall levels predicted in the future. So we'd open ourselves up to a lot of liability by using this funding in floodplain sites. You can see that higher levels of flood are predicted, and there's potential for a tragedy in that kind of situation if you're starting to house people in areas that are clearly identified as flood areas. I'd also like to talk a little bit about neighborhood character, because we've heard a lot of NIMBY calls on people in my neighborhood, and I wanted you to know that we're an inclusive neighborhood. We have a mix of single-family homes, duplexes, small apartment developments.
30 seconds.
We also have Avalon Housing's apartments. We have scattered site public housing units and public site home buyer units, like the one next to my folks' house on Liberty Street. And we need this open space. We need this kind of thing. We don't really need a lot of high density development. We just need more of the types of affordable housing we already have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller 556.
Hi, Ralph McKee, 5th Ward, 1116 Red Oak. I sent each of you an email in the last day or so with proposed charter amendment language, a bit different than the current resolution. I support a millage to raise funds for affordable housing, but I have a different view on how to employ the funds. The biggest difference is allocating some funds to enable homeownership rather than rental housing. This focus, I know, is shared by many residents here. You just heard from Glenn Ziegler. He had the same point. I'm sure many of you speaking tonight know much more than I do about the history of racial and economic injustice rate housing. But I remember reading some Ta-Nehisi Coates a while back, and one point he made really stuck with me, that while white folks not only have been able to purchase their own homes much more successfully than people of color, but also have been able to leverage that equity to provide much more for their families, from paying for college educations and providing down payments on houses for their kids. This point was featured prominently in the presentation done by Partners for Affordable Housing with respect to this millage, but in the millage itself, there's not even a mention of that. Why not? If we allocated, say, around 30% of the funds, $1.8 million, we could pay for 6% down payments, typical for first-time buyers, on houses priced at $300,000 or less. We could do 100 of those every year. And since mortgage rates are low these days, the payments would be under $900 a month. For a $250,000 house, the payments would be under $750 a month. These are affordable for fairly low income folks. In 5 years, we could have 500 homeowners for using only 30% of the millage funds. That's a real path to ownership. Next, I think, overall, there should be specificity in the charter provisions as to how the money is going to be spent. And that should be done way in advance of the November election so that we don't end up in another 40-40-20 quagmire. I would propose 35% for the home ownership component, 35% for construction and acquisition of rental units, 15% for maintenance, and 15% for support services, but at 30% AMI or less. On that last point, I've seen a lot of advocacy for no cap on social services and a much higher AMI. Frankly, I think that's misguided. How are you going to convince a struggling homeowner or a renter, because the landlords are going to pass those taxes on, to
30
vote for a
seconds.
millage that could allow the entire amount to be spent on social services for people who make more than they do and potentially not get a single unit built? I know that's not the intent, but if you don't have some limit, you're going to have to convince voters that that isn't what would happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller 180, caller ending in 180.
Hi, thank you. This is Brandon Dimchef in Ward 4. As previous callers mentioned, we are profoundly behind in our affordable housing commitments and the needs of our community. And due to the pandemic, housing insecurity is likely to increase. We have failed the most vulnerable in our community, and I feel that we must act now. Please pass DC1 at the full 20 years, and also please amend the language to remove the cap on supportive services spending, returning to the original language. I will readily admit that I'm not an expert in this area, and so I am deferring to the local housing experts who have been working on this for a long time and seem to think that this combination offers the most flexibility and will get us the best return on our investment. So please listen to the experts and pass this tonight without a cap on supportive services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 530.
Hello, this is Emily Canosa. I'm calling in from Ward 5. I've lived in Ann Arbor off and on since about 2002, and with some degree of difficulty because it is a very expensive place to live. But I don't want to talk about my experience. I want to talk about my father's, who is a senior citizen who has disabilities, and he too has experienced housing instability, including at a time when he needed to have heart surgery and couldn't be walking up and down stairs. And that was all we could find. In addition to that, he couldn't even afford that without my brother moving to Ann Arbor from another state to pay most of his rent for him. So it's a pretty real situation that people are living through. And I want to thank everyone on City Council and everyone who's worked on this millage for all of the work that you do to move this forward. And I encourage you all to take action quickly and not table this until a future election. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 453.
Hi, my name is Jay Campbell. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I want to echo the rest of the callers in supporting this millage, and also asking that you support the 20-year commitment of it and act decisively. Unlike a lot of the callers, I've moved here fairly recently. I moved here from Austin, and I got to see in that city firsthand what not acting early and acting decisively does to the availability of housing. As that city became busier, as the cost of living there increased, it became harder and harder for the residents that had called it home to live there. And there was a mass exodus of many of the old residents and many of the non-white residents there. And it's something that would break my heart to see here too, because it was just a really unfortunate thing to see. So I don't know a ton about this. I will say that we here live in Colonial Square Co-op, and that's the only way we were able to afford living here is living in a co-op. And I think looking into things like public-owned housing, co-op housing, alternatives to the single-owned, family-owned housing, especially with the administration pushing so hard on that right now, I think it's the only way to possibly get even anywhere near on top of this impending issue. So I really appreciate you guys' time, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 644.
Yes, my name is Kathy Boris. I live at 1726 Charlton. The truth is simple. New millages push our lowest income neighbors out of town. This is because property taxes are a significant portion of housing costs. Landlords pass property tax costs on to their renters, and so low-income homeowners and renters are both adversely affected by new millages. Yet in the ballot item being considered by City Council tonight, any effort to lessen the impact of the proposed affordable housing millage on lower income homeowners and renters is the obvious missing puzzle piece. Why? Was it forgotten in the rush to write the ballot language? Or is no one actually concerned about the welfare of Ann Arbor's current low-income residents? This millage could, to some degree, have an ironic consequence. Our lowest income residents may be forced to make the painful decision to leave town rather than pay higher taxes, while those who earn more would benefit from the hastily written millage. As far as protecting income diversity in Ann Arbor, I suggest that this affordable housing millage, as written, has missed the boat. Looking past Ann Arbor's mayor and city council members tonight, I would like to address the most important stakeholders in our city's governance. That means Ann Arbor citizens and voters. To them I say, don't be bamboozled. Vote your pocketbook. The mayor, his allies, and his developer friends no doubt do so. Ann Arbor's financial diversity is worth protecting. So think ahead, and please consider voting no on the affordable housing millage on the November 3rd ballot. Especially, and this is important, especially if the failure of the millage would help you to continue to live in Ann Arbor. Above
30 seconds.
all else, don't be shamed into voting yes. I do thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 379. Caller 379, you can go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is Lynn Borsett and I reside in Ward 5. Yeah, I agree that we have a problem with rising housing costs in Ann Arbor. Regarding the millage proposal tonight, in the first place, the title of the proposed millage is misleading. It is not a millage for affordable housing. It is a millage for supportive housing. Read that, subsidized housing. Just read the text of the resolution. It is really important to use clear and accurate terminology so people will know what they are voting on. And I urge you to change the language. Second, and I think this is critical, the timing of this millage proposal is terrible. The coronavirus pandemic is causing a major disruption. And please note that I am using one of the mayor's favorite words. In addition to our health concerns, the pandemic is causing disruption in our economy. People at all levels of the income spectrum are losing jobs and having their hours cut. Homeowners are suffering as well as renters. There is significant risk of home foreclosures as well as of evictions. The pandemic is also causing disruption in college enrollments. This is going to affect our housing market, and the outcome is not known at this time. But I think it's reasonable to think that the vacancy rate in Ann Arbor will go up. The context is important. The timing is important. It would be wise for our elected officials to pause, to allow things to settle for a few months, to assess the new reality, and then to take action. I am not necessarily opposed to a millage to support subsidized housing, and maybe a millage proposal would be appropriate next year. But this year, it's a terrible idea. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Yield my time.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are a number of other callers on the line. Do you want to ask for them to raise their hand, or do you want me to call on them?
Now, going forward, please, if you are on the line and you wish to speak, please dial, and have not yet done so, please indicate that you wish to speak by entering *9, and our clerk will call you in order.
Okay, we have a couple more now.
Thank you.
Anna Foster,
Hi there.
do you have a comment?
Yep. My name's Foster. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and Vice Chair of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board. My partner works at the People's Food Co-op. Since March, that store has been operating on shortened hours. While this in part gives time for a couple of staff to restock and clean, the main reason for this has been affordable housing. That is, so many staff at the co-op live outside of Ann Arbor that the changes to the bus service during COVID have meant that the store cannot be open normal hours. The buses. At an HHSAB meeting a few years ago, longtime Ann Arbor resident, Professor Emeritus of Social Work and HHSAB member Rosemary Sari suggested that if we really wanted to make moves to fix our affordable housing crisis, we ought to pursue a millage like the AATA did in 1973. So I looked into it. In '73, Ann Arbor voted on a permanent millage to support the creation of the AATA. At that point, it was for 2.5 mills, 2.5 permanently, supported by 61% of voters who were already paying more than 62 mills in taxes each year, bringing their new tax rate, by my calculations, to nearly 65 mills. That's almost 15 more mills than where this millage would get us today. But I digress. The millage before you today will not solve our housing issues overnight, just as the AATA millage didn't immediately yield the robust bus network we see today. But like that millage, an affordable housing millage serves as an important declaration of intent and a stepping stone, one that has been recommended for over a decade to improve accessibility to an Ann Arbor home address for so many. Money in hand will allow us to leverage federal dollars where we can, provide supportive services, and add about 1,500 units of affordable housing for a broad array of people, from school paraprofessionals to nurses and hospital workers, to folks in need of supportive housing, to seniors, and to folks experiencing homelessness, a group estimated to grow by as much as 40 to 45% as a result of COVID. And yes, for grocery store clerks. This millage will not meet all of the need, but to not put it on the ballot because it only solves a part of the problem leaves us right where we are with the whole problem to solve. We can no longer set a perpetual millage like we did in 1973, but we can set a trend in motion that we are a city committed to addressing this issue head on, and that we will all contribute to its solution, not later, but now. Like some members of council, my income as a graduate student and my partner's income from 2 jobs place us right around 60% AMI. This tax would add to my property tax bill, but I'm happy to pay it for the next 20 years and for many years thereafter. Over the next 20 years, there will be many more discussions, debates, and decisions to be made, but tonight I hope you will put this on the ballot for its full term of 20 years and allow the people of Ann Arbor to show up in November and mark their support at the ballot box, or, you know, the mailbox if voting absentee. Thank you, and congratulations to Zach on your recent engagement.
Thank you.
Caller 132. Caller ending in 132, go ahead.
Okay, My name is Dave DeVarty. Most of you know me, if not all of you. I live at 1231 Baldwin. I grew up in Ann Arbor and have lived here all my life. I was actually a member of City Council in the late 1980s, and we were talking about this back then, 30 years ago. I've served the community also on the Planning Commission and the Downtown Development Authority and the Zoning Board of Appeals. This issue has been with me and with us as a community in my entire time here working with the community. I'm here to speak in favor of placing an affordable housing millage on the November ballot. I want to commend both council members, Nelson and Smith, for their leadership in working to bring this proposal forward to the council to consider. Several points. The free market and private for-profit developers have not and will not meet the need for housing affordable to the lowest wage workers in our community. One-time infusions of dollars into the Affordable Housing Fund is not a reliable long-term method to finance new housing and provides an incentive to accept bad developments to get a cash infusion into the fund. The city owns a number of sites or underutilized sites, and in fact is assessing or has recently assessed their viability as housing sites. With a committed annual cash flow, we can make affordable housing happen on our terms rather than a private for-profit developer's terms. This millage is a relatively small cost, a couple cappuccinos or pints of beer a month for each $125,000 of taxable value as opposed to assessed value. And I want to emphasize that's taxable value because longtime residents will notice if they look at their tax assessments each year that their taxable value is substantially less than their assessed value, while all the new developments in town will be paying their taxable value will be much closer to the assessed value. Most importantly, this funding will leverage additional state, federal, and private money to increase the local benefit. Importantly, this is also true of the money used to provide social support services to residents most in need. Obtaining federal low-income tax credit financing specifically requires identifying a source for funding to pay for support services for the lowest income residents. I'll end there. Thank you very much for considering this, and I hope to see this on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 490.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sadia. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm calling in support of the millage. I just wanted to make a couple of notes that one, it's a really unique opportunity for our city to develop housing that's affordable, but it also breaks down barriers to housing in our community for people that fall into a range of different needs, which is part of the importance of having the service millage or the services component of the millage. So this is working towards a goal of our community is established for a while of being truly blended, diverse, and embracing, being a place where everyone can contribute and benefit from everything our city has to offer. There's been a lot of mentioning about home ownership in particular and rental units being the focus of this millage. But I do think that kind of somewhat misses an opportunity we have here, which is to provide rental, which provides a different type of upward mobility and accessibility. Again, breaking down barriers to entry, things like access to school, close proximity to work, options for those who aren't necessarily in a position to maintain housing with full ownership responsibilities, but are able to thrive when they're in a supportive community with helpful and understanding property management. Home ownership really is a wonderful thing for uplifting people. However, it's not the only or even the best path for upward mobility for everyone. Fewer units would be built. The financing gets very challenging and complicated, and it makes the development less feasible, and it will essentially exclude people who are most in need of stable housing and all the amenities our community has to offer. This millage isn't the solution for all of our community's housing needs. However, it is a huge step towards a multilateral approach. And extending beyond this millage, we also need to be thinking about opportunities to house people at all income levels and getting that home ownership opportunity, but I don't think this millage is necessarily the right opportunity. As we need to keep in mind that when we get these dollars from LIHTC, it's not an expenditure, it's actually an investment of state and federal resources into our community. And we should pride ourselves in having a great quality of life that puts us in a position to be competitive for these applications and to be able to get these dollars and to be able to embrace the opportunity to share with other people and new people. Of all times, I think right now is a wonderful time. I mean, a lot of people saying it might not be the best time because of COVID. I think of it a little differently, where it's actually kind of the perfect time to be able to welcome people into our community rather than filtering them out.
30 seconds.
Ann Arbor is always going to have a demand for housing, and we should embrace that. And yeah, again, without the services funding component, people might get filtered out. Property management needs to be equipped to dedicate the resources to people to have a truly blended population. And we need to think about, if we don't have the services component, what kind of pressure that will put and what kind of motives, maybe the profit incentives of property management when they're more resource burdened. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller 055.
Hello, my name is Evan Redmond. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I'm also running for City Council in this upcoming election. After I graduated from the University of Michigan in 2013, I began working at the University of Michigan Hospital in a laboratory, making about $12 an hour. The only way I was able to buy the condo that I now live in was a combination of luck and timing and the assistance from my parents who helped me buy my home. I acknowledge that the reason I'm able to live and run for office in this great city is because I'm lucky and I'm privileged, and that is not a fair system. What we've become in Ann Arbor is a city of privilege. My fellow lab workers, patient care professionals, cleaners, cooks, and service workers can't afford to live in the city where they're employed. We spend millions in tax dollars harassing housing insecure people with police rather than fighting homelessness by creating housing. As former council member DeVarty pointed out, a report by the Housing Commission in May of this year stated the city could build over 1,000 units of publicly owned housing on land that the city already owns. All that's needed is the funding. Housing is a human right, and in the richest city in the nation and in the most educated city in that country, we should be able to treat all humans with dignity and not allow members of our community to exist without clean water, food, and shelter. So please vote to advance this millage proposal to the November ballot. Let the people of Ann Arbor decide if we should continue down this path of gentrification or if we should do something to help the working class people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 844.
Hello, my name is Ian Robinson. I reside in the 4th Ward, and I'm speaking tonight as a resident of the city, but also as president of the Huron Valley Area Labor Federation, AFL-CIO, representing about 20,000 union members in the 4 counties, including Washtenaw County. On our July 7th delegate meeting, the Huron Valley delegates voted unanimously to support the measure that's before you tonight, letting voters decide whether to fund expanded construction of affordable housing in Ann Arbor, and to urge our own members and others who care about working families to support that measure, assuming that it gets on the ballot. The labor movement has traditionally focused on promoting just compensation for all workers whose welfare we could reach, and the city will help to advance that agenda. And I thank you for those of you who voted for it when it passed the responsible contractor ordinance at a previous meeting. But we recognize that we're only able to reach a minority of working people through collective bargaining and through the purchasing policies of public entities such as the city. Most working people have seen their real, that is after inflation, income declining, and in addition to rising healthcare costs, one of the biggest sources of that deteriorating standard of living is the rapidly rising cost of housing.
Ann Arbor is a prime example of this widespread problem, and we have a responsibility to tackle it head on. The market will not do this for us. We've tried that for many years, and we've seen the results. Most of the low-wage workers, most of whom are not represented by unions, but whom the labor movement tries to fight for, in addition to union members, cannot afford to own homes. They are renters. And the research, the survey polling that was done by Partners for Affordable Housing shows overwhelming support for this measure from renters in our city. I urge all of you to support this measure, to support it for the full 20-year period and without cap on services for the reasons that were articulated so effectively by Ann Foster and Dave DeVarty previously. And I urge people, assuming that this gets on the ballot, to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 304, do you have a comment?
Thank you. My name is Chuck Warpahusky. I want to thank you all, City Council, for having a special session to deal with this important issue. I also especially want to thank City Clerk Jackie Beaudry. I know this is a busy time for you with the election coming up, and so I thank you for being here and for the great work your staff has been doing managing the election so far. Just wanted to cover a couple of things that have come up tonight in the public comment as well as in some conversations over the past couple of weeks. First of all, regarding the millage cap, the services cap, the key thing that I want council to remember is that if council puts a cap on the total millage amount spent on services, this cap needs to be clearly articulated that it applies over the term of the millage. As Jennifer Hall said at the meeting last week, the millage will be funding bricks and mortar towards the beginning of it, and the allocation will shift over time towards services. So any cap needs to be seen as a cap on the funds overall raised, not on any specific year. One of the questions we've heard is this the right time? It's a fair question. We started work on this effort at Partners for Affordable Housing in December of last year, thinking that a presidential election year was the right time. We had plans for either getting it through you or doing signature gathering. We felt we were right on in the timing, and we had polling scheduled for the middle of March. Well, middle of March is also when COVID hit and everything went on the back burner, and I quite frankly thought the issue was dead. Then we saw the data that said we're expecting a 40% increase in homelessness nationwide. 40%. The people who've been hurt first and worst by the coronavirus should not be the ones that benefit last and least as we try to put our economy back together. As Dave DeVarty said, over the years, we keep talking about affordable housing millage, and we keep saying now is not the time. When I was on city council, I was guilty of making the same mistake. Now's not the time because we're still picking up the pieces from the Great Recession. Now's not the time because of the RTA millage. Now's not the time because of the triple ATA millage. Now's not the time because of a school millage or another county millage. Affordable housing is consistently being pushed off the agenda. And the final point I want to make for City Council is when I was on City Council, I was proud of some of the efforts I was able to do to try to move money into affordable housing. But as I think all of us can admit, they have not been durable. The 40-40-20 split, looking at funds from selling the library lane lot, those were ways to get money into the Affordable Housing Fund, but they've been highly controversial and not very stable. Putting the millage in front of the voters in a presidential year and letting Ann Arbor voters decide, is this as much a priority as we say we are, as we're facing a tsunami of cuts to our social service network? This is the time to do it. Let voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 534.
Hello, this is Tom Stolberg, 1202 Traver Street. I'm a real estate broker, as part of our ethics training, we were taught about a lot of the laws and the history and the racist history in real estate. There truly was, and still are, vestiges of denying certain people of our community the opportunity to own a home, to build intergenerational equity. We had redlining, absolutely. We had deed restrictions. People of color, minorities in America, were denied the opportunity for intergenerational building of equity. This millage has some laudable goals, but it does not address what I just mentioned. Nowhere in there, in the language as it's proposed, does it deal with building equity. Does it deal with the historic denial to certain members of our community by race? I feel that this millage needs to address those items, those two items, both racial inequity and a path to home ownership. I personally have created affordable rental units and affordable units that were a path to ownership. I personally know that it can be done, and I would like this millage to do this. I'd also like everybody to participate in this. I intend to participate. I know you're asking the taxpayers of the city to participate, but we haven't been asking the developers to participate enough. Mayor Taylor's made a call for disruption, to inflict that upon the citizens of Ann Arbor, to ask them to pay more in taxes, but to give away money to developers when it shouldn't have happened. We all know at this point that it's undeniable that the Lower Town development, the largest development since private development since Briarwood, the exact same plan could have been approved as a PUD. It was master plan PUD, zone PUD, and the exact same plan could have been approved as a PUD. And the only difference
30 seconds
in the way that it was done was waiving nearly $9 million that would have been required to the Affordable Housing Fund. We need to be asking everyone to participate in contributing to affordable housing in Ann Arbor, and that includes our developers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 736, did you have a comment? Caller 736, go ahead.
As to ownership home. Hi, this is Tony calling over here in Ward 3. And I also have some issues about, my name's Tony Brown. I also have some issues about this millage here. And I just don't see a path to home ownership in this thing. And if we really are serious and passionate about affordable housing, we really need to get people out and lift them up and build them up. People who are renting are stuck in the cycle of renting. And there is nothing wrong with wanting to build our community up through affordable housing. And if you want high rises, then so be it. You can't have your cake and eat it too and use things like race baiting politics and saying, you know, we need to change the zoning due to racism. It's not true. You can still preserve neighborhoods. You can still preserve our core city and achieve your affordable housing goals. But renting is not the way. If you want to build your people and invest in your people, you have to get them out of the renting system. They are not building credit. They are not building equity in our neighborhoods. And it is true that people who own their own homes do better in communities than those who rent. We can do better with this millage. I hope we can come to some kind of agreement where there is affordable home ownership in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 736, do you have a comment? Caller 326, do you have a comment?
Yes, this is Jamie McGarrah, and I'm a 31-year resident of Ann Arbor, and this is actually my last time calling as a resident of Ward 4. I will soon be a resident of Ward 3 starting August 6th. I wanted to talk a little bit about the property and home ownership aspect. We know throughout history that property ownership and home ownership has been a benefit, but it's also been a detriment because it's provided people something that others don't have. And I would encourage us to actually envision a better society in which the value of the people who work in our stores, who work in our medical field, who are our teachers, etc., are not just judged by whether they have a home, and their worth is not gauged by whether they are able at this time to get a home. And it's important to remember that people will get an opportunity to have a home if they can have a affordable apartment, duplex, quadplex, etc. So it's important for people to have the opportunity to do that. Otherwise, they would never be able to get a home in the first place, right? It's important that we represent our values with how we spend our money as residents and as the city. And I think our values, we say this all the time, is that we value the people that make this city great. So this is an opportunity to demonstrate that and to let the community speak. We've had ballots initiatives for things such as parks. I think we can have a ballot initiative. It makes sense for people to actually be able to live in the community. Coronavirus, we don't know what's going to happen with that, but actually if we look at the numbers, we can see that there isn't that much of a shift so far in terms of the real estate market. That's concerning. And if we have the money coming in from the millage, it's no longer the balancing act of trying to pull money from one place and then balance it out with something else and having these long meetings with city council just to get a little bit of funding for affordable housing. Instead, the question will be, how do we spend this money wisely? Which I have faith that all of the city council members can put this on the ballot, give it to residents, and then give it to city staff.
30 seconds.
If it's approved, to be able to use this money wisely and to our benefit. And I consider all of you on council to be my allies in this. Please vote yes to get this on the ballot. Thank you very much for all your hard work, all of you.
Thank you.
Caller 231, do you have a comment?
I believe that's me.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. This is Chuck Laux. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I am a single-family homeowner. I do plan on supporting the millage in November if it's on the ballot. I just want to say, though, I'm very disappointed in the University of Michigan for not offering any substantive funds to help solve the problem they have created. They are the elephant in the living room. They have increased undergraduate student enrollment by 7,000 students over the last 10 years, and they've only built about 450 beds of capacity. I find that very disconcerting. Another thing about that is that they've always claimed they lost money on undergrad, so apparently they've been lying to us about that one. There would be no reason to increase undergrads if they were losing money on them. But anyways, there's another thing too. I was hoping for, in terms of practical terms, I live by Arrowwood Co-op, which has been, I think, one of the success stories in Ann Arbor, and I would hope that this money would be able to be used to build co-ops which do allow for equity to be built up by members of the co-op. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time. Have a nice day, everybody.
Thank you.
Caller 464, did you have a comment? caller 464, did you have a comment?
If there are any members of the public who continue to wish to speak, who are on the line, please dial *9 to raise your hand to indicate that you're interested in speaking in public comment.
Mayor, all the other callers on the line have already spoken or I've called on them.
Thank you. Seeing no one further, public comment is closed. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I want to acknowledge that this is really a historic evening because we are going to move forward with a solution that's going to address affordable housing, but it's not the whole solution. And we need to continue to work not only with the University of Michigan, but we need to realize that the greatest opportunity for housing is at the federal level. While I'm not going to tell you how to vote in November, we have to realize that historically, the most progress has been made when we have had Democratic presidents and Democratic control of the House and Senate. Secondly, I want to apologize tonight for the negative campaigning that has been going on in this community. I realize that there is significant tension from the pandemic, from the financial crisis. We don't know what the future is going to hold, but there's no excuse for the level of discourse that we have right now. And I urge others to join me in condemning this behavior. To remain silent is to condone this behavior. And it's very troubling. Usually right after the primary, Congressman John Dingell would have a unity breakfast and bring all of the Democrats together. With the pandemic and the loss of John Dingell, we don't have that. But we have to come together after August 4th if we are going to make significant improvements in our country and in affordable housing after November. Lastly, I want to mention that there's a lot of talk about defunding the police, reducing the police force. But what happens is we have processes in this city that are poor. And because of that, poor processes, the answer is call 911. And an example that I dealt with last week is we had some signage up that was very confusing on Beek Street. And the first response was, let's increase enforcement. When you have two people an hour making a left-hand turn illegally, it probably isn't an enforcement issue. So I just want to remind everyone that we need to look at what the workload is on our police department and try to improve processes so that we can reduce our police funding. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Just wanted to give an update. I'm still waiting on just a few tweaks from the attorney's office for the ranked choice voting ballot language, but I certainly still intend to bring it forward to the August 6th meeting. So if anyone has any interest in that, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be happy to loop them in to those conversations, or at least as many as allowable according to our rules. Also, you know, while I appreciate Councilwoman Griswold, what she has to say, I'll tell you, please vote for Joe Biden. Unlike the, you know, away from the state of Michigan who told you to vote for the other guy. Please vote for him. It's really important. Okay, and finally, I would be remiss if I did not, although Anna Foster beat me to the punch a little bit. Over the last year, I've been asked many times why my wonderful partner in public service to the people from Ward 3 is not running again for council. And I've had to kind of keep my mouth shut because I knew he had some important changes happening in his life and lots of exciting things ahead of him. So my congratulations to Zach Ackerman on his engagement. So happy for you and Allison, and just wish you much joy and love and happiness. And it was the good news we really needed to hear this week. So congrats. And you pulled it off perfectly, it looks like. So nice work.
Further communication from council? DC1, resolution to order election and to determine ballot question for charter amendment for the 2021 affordable housing millage, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Council Member Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC1. Do we have Ms. Hall on the line?
Mayor, I'm bringing her over right now. We also have Matt Thomas from the city attorney's office.
Excellent. With council's acquiescence, I guess I'd like to hear Ms. Hall a little bit to set the stage for the use portion of the resolution that was included in the packet. It's largely came from her pen, and so Ms. Hall, if you would talk us through a little bit of that and other relevant portions of the resolution as the spirit moves you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you to the mayor and city council for your willingness to discuss and consider this millage question. It is very exciting. I think I probably met Dave DeVarty 30 years ago and have been talking about this issue for 30 years. And so I am glad that it's finally up for city council discussion. And I just want to give a little bit of background for the public, and then I'll go right into the use agreement if that's okay.
Thank you.
And try not to repeat some of the things that have already been said by various callers. In the actual millage language that I can see, and then the charter language, it doesn't specify specifically that it's rental housing, but I do think in the minds of both myself and others who've given this a lot of thought, that was probably the type of housing that we've been thinking about, because it is a very challenging area to have a more inclusive community if you don't have more affordable rental housing. Just as a fact of the historical institutional racism of our country has led to people of color in general having a lower income, which ends up meaning that most of the folks who are in our rental housing, for example, are disproportionately people of color. I do agree with the goal of homeownership. It's challenging to do homeownership if you don't also have a high enough income to maintain your housing. I've done both homeownership programs and I've done rental housing programs. And we actually, within the Housing Commission, we have if you have a voucher and you can get a mortgage, we will actually provide a subsidy of your mortgage payment every month so that you can have a stable source of revenue, both from your own income and from the voucher, to become a homeowner. And although we have that program, we have, I think, 10 or 12 families that have been able to take advantage of that. And a lot of it comes down to having enough income to maintain your housing, not only just to buy into it, and housing's expensive in Ann Arbor. And so I'm going to focus on some of the history and reasons we're talking about this on the rental side. I don't think there's a reason not to talk about using a millage like this for co-housing or co-ops or something like that. It's a little bit tougher to talk about single family ownership and how to make that actually work in our community. So in the area on the rental housing, those of us who do affordable housing development as our mission have a really difficult time, even as a governmental agency, which the Ann Arbor Housing Commission is, or a nonprofit whose mission is to do affordable housing development, whether it's a Habitat for Humanity who does homeownership, or if it's a nonprofit who does rental housing. we all struggle to compete with the private sector to acquire properties. And so if something comes available in the marketplace, which is generally less expensive than building new construction, because we have to pull together multiple sources of funding, each one takes time. So all the different places I have to apply for funding, each one has its own cycle of when the RFP or the NOFA or whatever is available, and they don't align exactly with each other, and they don't align with your timeline. And so that's what led to the discussion about looking at underutilized city-owned properties, because when the public owns the property, you can take as long as you want to pull together multiple funding sources. You don't have holding costs. You don't have to acquire the property and pay taxes and sit on it for a very long time and pay all those different holding costs because the public owns it. And so that was an amazing and brilliant, I think, council decision, mayor and city council decision to actually have staff look at reutilizing underutilized city-owned property for affordable housing because of that very issue. So in the world of affordable housing, many people might think that HUD is the #1 source of funding to develop affordable housing, whether it's acquisition, homeownership, rental, you name it, co-housing. And that used to be true in the 50s and 60s and 40s and 30s even. But starting about the 70s and 80s, that part of our housing financing world has really decreased. And I know City Council has heard me talk about this a lot, but I just want to give background for the public as well. And so now the single biggest source of funding for affordable housing rental development is an IRS program. A couple people mentioned it who spoke earlier. It's called Low Income Housing Tax Credits, or LIHTC. It's actually administered by the state of Michigan, but the funding is a IRS tax program where you have investors who give you cash, and then they get to write off their investment in your properties over a certain amount of time, and you have to meet all kinds of regulatory requirements. Within that world, every year, the state of Michigan issues what's called a qualified allocation plan, which is basically an RFP. And every year they change it a little bit, not by a lot, but they change a little bit every year and what their priorities are. Right now, the priorities are having your properties in a place with high employment centers, good transportation, good walk scores, near services, all of the things that make downtown Ann Arbor and most downtowns very competitive for low-income housing tax credits. And when you have properties that you're interested in developing that are not in the downtown, so for example, on our list that we looked at, there's Fire Station #2 on Stadium and Platt. It is not in downtown. You may think it's near a bus line and there's all kinds of services around it, but it does not score high enough for the criteria to be competitive under the LIHTC scoring system in the open round where you're competing against all kinds of other developers in the state. And so there's some specialty types of rounds that you can apply for. And one of them is permanent supportive housing. And so when you do a tax credit application in the open round, the income is limited to, it used to be 60% of median, now it's 80% of median, as long as the average is 60% of median. So it's kind of at the higher end of low income. But if you do projects in the permanent supportive housing category, it tends to be and should be 30% of median or less, tends to be housing for special needs households, including homeless households. And that is the type of housing that you have to have a dedicated service funding to serve that particular renter, as well as apply for funding in that particular category. And so when folks are talking about having services, that's for a special type of housing, a special type of income level. And it doesn't mean every housing unit that is developed under this millage would be that type of housing. When we looked at the numbers of city-owned properties and looked at other numbers, it felt comfortable to have a target of about 25% of units developed under this millage to be permanent supportive housing. That's not a hard, fast number. It's just, it feels like a comfortable number that's doable by looking at various properties that we are looking at developing. So that's my background of a kind of why we're even talking about a millage, because even though that's a driving factor right now in developing affordable housing, I wish it weren't the only driving factor, and it shouldn't be the only driving factor, because there's lots of places and lots of properties that would be great to develop as affordable housing that shouldn't be driven by whether or not it's a tax credit eligible project. And any of those projects are going to need gap financing. And there never should be, I don't think, any project that's ever developed with city millage funds that the millage funds are the only source of financing for the project. So like I mentioned earlier, when I go out and we're raising money to redevelop a property, I have sometimes had 8 different sources of funding for one project. In the last 6 years, I've raised $66 million. And I think if I added all the different sources, it was like a dozen different sources across different properties. Because why would that be? It would be much easier for me to just take millage dollars and not have to worry about tax credits, not have to worry about tax credit regulations, not have to worry about HUD regulations. But because it's the mission of the Housing Commission and other nonprofits whose mission is to develop affordable housing, we want that money to go as far as it can. Like, we want to leverage every dollar we can so we can have more housing. Don't take the easy path, but take the harder path, which is braiding together lots of different financing and using the millage funds as that gap that you can't fill. It doesn't mean that the city comes into a deal last. You pull together a development pro forma and you figure out what likely sources you can use. And sometimes you do need to ask for local funds first in order to score high enough in other funding cycles to get other funds. But I always ask for the minimum that I think we will need to make the project work. So that's kind of a background, and I can talk to you about the actual language in the use resolution and kind of the thought process of where that language came from, but I'll hold for a second in case someone has questions about that. Okay, so I'm going to talk about attachment A.
I had a.
Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Pardon me, Ms. Hall. Councilor Lomer Hayner, do you have questions for Ms. Hall on these points?
Yes, one.
Yeah, one then Hayner.
2 ultimately, but 1, since you touched on this, and thank you very much for that, all that helpful background, Ms. Hall. And my question, you touched on this about the percentage for permanent supportive housing, and the amended version that's being offered struck the language relating to the units being permanently affordable. Just want to circle back on that. And again, I know the millage guidelines references a priority for projects that have long-term affordability commitments, but I'm wondering if you can further explain. I'm not following this, and when you talked about the 25% permanent affordable supportive housing, but if you could elaborate on why specifically that was removed from the charter language.
I might have Kevin jump in on that piece of it, but I'll give some background on what that word permanent means. I think in the sense of the way it was put in the millage and charter language is a different meaning than permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is a term of indicating that it's not transitional housing, it's intended to be permanent housing, as opposed to a shelter or transitional housing. It's permanent housing with support services for homeless and special needs households. In the millage language, and Kevin can correct me if I'm wrong, the way that it was written in there seemed to intend that the units themselves would be permanently affordable, which I am not opposed to at all. it just depends on how the properties get developed and what mechanisms, legal mechanisms you have to maintain that permanent affordability. So for example, any property that's developed that the city owns, the city can require a deed restriction. Any property the Housing Commission owns, we're a governmental entity, we would voluntarily put a deed restriction in place. Or, you know, we create nonprofits to be our development entity. We can put a permanent deed restriction in place. Whether or not you would be able to do that in all cases if you provide funding for a non-city owned or publicly owned property or a non-governmental agency, I think is a question mark as far as the impact on funding. It just gives you a little bit more restriction. And I think if council decides that there is a reason to include language around homeownership, in the homeownership world, when you have a permanent affordable housing in the homeownership world, what you're actually doing is putting a permanent resale restriction on that housing. So it somewhat defeats the purpose of trying to help people gain equity in their housing, in that you can own a home, you can build a little bit of equity, it does impact your credit and whatnot. But when you sell it, you can't sell it at market rate. There's a formula in place, like at Ashley Muse, that says you can only sell it for this incremental amount more than what you paid for it. So you get a little bit of equity, but you can't get the full market equity. And that's the only way to keep things permanently affordable. And I'm gonna see if Kevin wants to add anything onto that.
That is correct, Councilmember Lum. We, in reviewing this as it comes back as a proposed amended resolution for the council, with the use provisions included, use provision number 6 specifically talks about prioritizing projects that will have long-term affordability commitments. And then C, mission-driven nonprofits committed to long-term affordability restrictions. Well, long-term doesn't mean permanent. And as Jennifer was saying, this is just a matter of flexibility, because maybe, as Jennifer says, these affordable housing transactions are very difficult. Some have, 8 to 10 different funding sources. We didn't want to be the one funding source requiring affordability that's not, that may not make the deal work, or it may make it so that we would not be able to acquire the affordable housing. So, for example, if we were to, through a nonprofit, get a use agreement for 50 years, for 99 years, where we have some commitment for affordable housing, we think that that's probably a little, that's not permanent, it's long-term. And therefore we, consistent with sort of what the use is that's being suggested here, we remove the words permanent so that it would be clear, so that those types of arrangements could still be done, something slightly less or less than permanent. So it would certainly allow that.
And I think, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to drive through the queue to get to your assessment of the use restrictions, then on to the council discussion. So I want to keep this flowing if we can. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. I have some questions about the use restrictions, but I'll ask my generic question here. Ms. Hall, like, it has come to our attention, and with some callers said it, and I've had people reach out to me, and I actually feel strongly about this myself, that 60 people who may have been fortunate enough to have been in a home like I have been for 20, I don't even know how long now, 24 years, 26 years, may be at an income level that is well below 60% of AMI, and yet we'll be paying taxes to help folks out who are actually doing better than they are. And so is there a reason that's set at 60 in the charter language? And you recall our initial conversations when I joined council about holding the line on these numbers, and I'm just wondering if 60 is too high for us.
Well, I don't know specifically where the 60% AMI is, but I would imagine it's matching with the 60% AMI language that was in council resolutions that directed us to look at the city-owned properties as the income cap. And I think, it does raise an interesting question, because as a homeowner, depending on how long you've lived in your home, depending on, you know, what you purchased it for, and what your taxes are, you may have a higher cost burden or than somebody who makes more than you, but you may have a much lower cost burden because of just the length of your living in a home is a big factor if you haven't, you know, taken out home equity loans and things like that, where renters don't. So I think 60% to me is I think it's a appropriate target in that the goal is also not to have large, you know, one of the projects we're looking at is the 350 South Fifth, the former Y lot. If we have, you know, 200, 300, 400 apartments, however many it ends up being, we don't want them all to be at 30% AMI. It's good to have a mixture of incomes. And frankly, when you look at how you do your rent structure, I'm about to go really into the weeds here, but when you look at your rent structure, if you set your rents literally at what somebody at 10, 15, 20, 30% of AMI can afford, it will be less than your operating costs. So if the rent is $300 or $400 a month, it's going to be less than what your operating costs are. So we set our rents at levels that are higher than that, but we make sure we have rent subsidies, which is completely different than a development subsidy to acquire or build a unit is very different than a rent subsidy. So when you're really trying to target folks at 30% AMI, you're not doing it so much through what your rent cap is, you're doing it through your income cap and by having rent subsidies, vouchers on those units. And so you have to have the rent set at a higher level in order to cover all your operating costs. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. I was just wondering about that because it just when I looked at what the AMI was, and it just seems like, you know, for a single person, you're going to have what we had happen today when the wait list opened up for the one unit in the Lower Town development, where I had a friend who was, you know, downsized out as his apartment is being remodeled out from under him. And he was number 54, 26 minutes after it opened.
Wow.
And so there's already 54. He's 54th in line for the one quote unquote open market or developer provided affordable. I know there's going to be 8 ultimately in there, I think. But those are 6. I believe those are 60 to 80 AMI type apartments. And so obviously there's a need there. And yet like 60 AMI for a single person is you know, it's a chunk of, it's somebody making, you know, 21, 22 bucks an hour. And so, you know, it's not super poverty, you know. I think that's all. Let's move on. I'm sorry for taking some extra time, but
I got Councilmember Nelson, then Lum, then perhaps we can move to the use resolution for Ms. Hall. Councilmember Nelson.
Hi. I just have a couple clarifying questions around the change in the language around permanently affordable. I appreciate Mr. McNall's comment that the idea is that it increases flexibility, and your sense is that you used as an example affordability that would last like between 50 and 99 years. And I guess as you were speaking, I was just thinking about the situation that we're in terms of the affordability of units that it's expiring. You know, these units that are falling out of our housing supply that were previously affordable because they had an expiration date. And something that you said, Ms. Hall, about properties that are owned by the city and the Housing Commission, we're permitted to have permanent deed restrictions. I guess my question, if we're removing this language of permanently affordable to increase flexibility, what kind of sense do you have about how typical it would be for us to be then using this millage towards developing units that are going to have an expiration date? Because I guess my understanding of this, when we were leaning hard on the language of permanently affordable, is that we were moving away from these developer agreements that are, you know, they expire. You know, we aren't really in the driver's seat. We're sort of cutting deals. And I guess I'm just thinking about a lot of things in terms of how we how we are structuring arrangements now and able to leverage either contributions from developers or units from developers. And with the existence of this millage, and if we are opening this loophole where the city will now be investing in units that have an expiration date, I guess I'm just interested in hearing more explanation around what that might look like.
I guess I'll start from a bigger picture discussion, which is I would foresee that the way that this millage would be allocated each year is we would start with city-owned properties that we're already looking at that we know we can put these permanent use restrictions in. And we look at each of the, I would look at it with community services and the city administrator and finance director, et cetera. And when we're putting the budget together, and we try to look at them and say, okay, 350 South Fifth, where are we in that sort of cycle? How much funding do we need for gap funding? What have we secured? That kind of stuff. And then we'd put forward those as number one priority from this millage. And frankly, just doing those properties, I don't know. My best guess is it would take probably 8 to 10 years before we'd have any money available for something that wasn't a city-owned property or housing commission-owned property or both. And so then once you get to that point, I really think that it's important that the city funding be used with mission-driven entities, which is nonprofits, governmental entities, because we don't want to get in a situation where we have these affordable housing units that are going offline. And the reason this happens is low-income housing tax credits, those are the types of units that you're hearing about. Those are the type of units that are coming offline from their use restriction. When the tax credit program was first adopted, I forget when it was, I want to say the early 90s or late 80s. When the LIHTC was first adopted, and even today, a little more than half of the developers are actually for-profit developers, but this is their type of housing that they do. And so even when the mission of the housing program is to provide affordable housing, you still have profit-oriented decisions that are made. Your profit-oriented decisions that are made about how you manage your tenant selection process, when and how you do evictions. Do you work with local service providers? What is your income target? Are you trying to hit the highest income allowed, or you're doing a mixture of incomes? All of those things are driven both on your development side as well as on your operations side. And so in a market like Ann Arbor, and we've had conversations with the state of Michigan, they're not seeing tax credit projects everywhere in the state convert to market rate. They're seeing it in Ann Arbor because the market is so much higher than what the low-income housing tax credit rents are, that from a profit motivation, the developers of affordable housing with tax credit deals, it makes more financial sense for them to, once they get out of their affordability period, to actually go market rate. But you would not see that happening if the Housing Commission owned it, if one of our nonprofits owned the property. We would just turn around and apply for tax credits again, or whatever sources are available out there in the community at that time, or other nonprofits, because that is our mission and that is our purpose, is to do affordable housing, long-term, permanent, however you want to call it. And so if there wasn't a city-owned property that we're redeveloping, or other public entity, it could be a county-owned, it could be university, whoever, that is willing to put this long-term permanent deed restriction on the property, the next level would be really a mission-driven nonprofit, which could also elect to do a permanent deed restriction as long as all of their funding sources are okay with that. And so I don't want to go too far in the weeds, but for example, when the city approved our public housing, converting from public housing to project-based vouchers, and we applied for tax credits, we still have a permanent deed restriction. And then we ground leased, the Ann Arbor Housing Commission ground leased the improvement, which is the buildings, to the new a tax credit partnership that was between the Housing Commission and our investors. And so people think that we went, private market or, market rate, but we didn't. We still have ownership in the deal. The property, the land is permanently deed restricted. We ground lease to this new development entity, and the investor stays in it for the length of the tax credit investment deal, and then they leave and get out of the deal, and we can turn around and form a new partnership with a new investor and apply for new tax credits. But underneath all of that is a permanent deed restriction that says the income of the people living there into the endless future is somewhere at 50%, somewhere at 60% AMI, if I recall correctly. I think, Kevin and I have had discussions about the word permanent and what that means. And I think from a policy perspective, I would say, heck yes, we want permanent affordable housing. From a practical financing perspective, I think it's just a little bit of nervousness of how you would make that happen in all cases. Not that that wouldn't be the goal, but just not sure how you'd make that happen in all cases.
Can you talk me? Oh, is that me? Oh
It might be.
gosh. I'm sorry, I've got that feedback. Can you talk through to me what's a scenario where that would not be the case? Because maybe I didn't hear you clearly enough. What I'm hearing you say is that there's an underlying permanent deed restriction. So whether or not you have cycling in and out of different partners, that underlying deed restriction and the involvement of the city or a nonprofit partner, that's the guarantee of it remaining permanently affordable. And so I guess I'm trying to understand what's the small number of cases where that would not be the case. What might that look like? And you said that you felt like the use of this millage would probably be occupied for the first 8 or 10 years strictly with the city-owned properties, which obviously city-owned, we know that that's not. I guess I'm still trying to understand where's that wiggle room and flexibility needed, and what kind of situation would that look like?
I'm not an expert in this because I've only done permanent deed restrictions, but in conversations with other folks who have done mixed income, mixed use, maybe there's retail, maybe there's home ownership, and you're doing a partnership with a for-profit developer to make the project mixed use and mixed income that will work for that site. What I've heard folks say is there's a hesitancy on investors on the non-affordable piece of it, whether it's the retail office, if it's a mixed use, as well as any kind of like financial bank investment to commit to and provide financing on a permanently affordable, with some kind of permanent affordable restriction. And even on something like co-housing or home ownership, it just makes it harder to get financing. And again, I have never done those kinds of deals. I've only talked to people who have done those deals and have told me how challenging it is. It's different when you are the government and you're providing the financing and it's your land. Like, of course, you'd make it permanent. But when you do anything that has some kind of private sector involvement, and we take out loans from banks, so far that hasn't been a problem for us on our properties, but I think it's because we're sort of a smaller scale. And so it might be something like the former Y lot on 350 South 5th or a larger project like that. And Kevin, do you have any other insight into that as well?
Well, I think, and I want to be very clear, this is certainly just a policy issue for the council. The reason why we took permanent out, just to be clear, is because it was inconsistent with the use part of the resolution that was being amended. But that easily could be changed to take out the terminology about long-term affordability and adding permanent to the use resolution as well. But I think, in terms of, I think my perspective is the same as Jennifer's, in the sense that when we go into these transactions, her RAD conversions, and other transactions, it's very different when the city owns the property. We have sort of the ability to control what happens to it, and usually it's easy to get to put in place a deed restriction. I guess I would just offer that if this was a tax credit deal, those tax credits go for 15 years or 30 years, or there is some life or financial structure to the deal that's shorter than permanent. You know, if we use the phrase permanent, it may, and I'll say may, prevent the city from being able to get affordable units in whatever that construct is for whatever period of time that is. And I think that's why, as I said, it was a matter of flexibility, just not knowing over a 20-year span what types of arrangements were going to be there. And yes, there certainly is a decision for the council to be made about whether or not, you know, 50 years or 25 years or long-term affordability is enough. Ultimately, all of these transactions are going to come back on a transaction by transaction basis to the council to make that decision as well.
Thank you. I want to leave space for others to ask questions.
Councilor London Rumlowy.
Another question I have, thank you, is how the 20% maximum for social services is measured. I'm wondering if it's measured as up to 20% in a given year or 20% of the cumulative expenditures to that point.
I think that's up to city council on how you want to track that. I would advocate for 20% over the life of the millage, because you need services annually and you need capital funds upfront, you know, for the first couple years during construction and whatnot. And so you really, if you had a cap of 20% upfront, it doesn't mean you'd use it in the first couple of years, whether you had a cap or not, because you're really focusing on the capital expenditures once the property's built. And if it has supportive housing and you have services that are attached to certain units, then you could allocate the first year that the services are needed. You could set aside 15 years worth of funding, but then it takes away funding for capital expenditures that year. So I would advocate that if you're going to put a limit, whatever that limit is on the services, that it be over the life of the millage, and it could be a rolling amount, or however you would want finance to track it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And given your recommendation, I'm wondering if, because that's not clarified in the proposed amended resolution charter language, Mr. McDonald, if, yeah, you know, it's something to think about before we vote, because it, you know, potentially, if we can insert language to make that clarification, I think that would likely be a good thing.
Perhaps let's do this. Let's go on to Councilmember Rumlowy for his question. Mr. McDonald, if you would be so kind just to figure out what language, what an amendment that could best affect that within the constraints that we have.
You want to read over I just want to make sure that we're clear that you want it to read to be used over the aggregate, the 20% over the whole period.
That an amendment will be brought to that effect.
Okay, I will send that shortly.
Thank you. Councilor Rumlowy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're all exhausted, I think, with the flurry of activity that we've been facing and under the last week regarding this issue. I'm uncomfortable with with striking the language permanently from the ballot language. I believe that, you know, if we're looking for those exceptional cases, there are other sources of funding we have for affordable housing. This isn't going to be the only stream of money we have for affordable housing. So I really think it's important to give the assurances to the voters that this is going to be permanent. It's not going to be taken advantage of down the line. I don't think it's the intent of this council or any other council, but I think the voters need to be reassured that in language when they go to vote, that this is for permanent affordable housing. The arguments made to strike that language don't convince me. I think we have other sources of money to deal with those outliers, and that's how they should be addressed. And if it doesn't fit, sorry. We need to be very good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, and so it gives me heartburn to think of removing it. I have a couple like general questions though, in the sense of, we talked about not using this millage money solely for development, but leveraging it with other sources of money. If Ms. Hall can perhaps give us a better indication of what percentage of funding for a certain project would come from this source of millage. Would it be no more than 50%, 25%? Do you have just kind of a hip shot figure or percentage of what you would be comfortable putting towards a project from this millage? Just that.
Sure, I think of it a little differently than toward a project, because it depends on what the project is. If it's a mixed use, mixed income, I wouldn't want to have a hard and fast rule of no more than 25%. I think of it more of a per unit subsidy, and in only the units that are restricted towards the income that we're targeting. And so if there were a mixed use or mixed income building, the millage would be prorated and only used for the actual units that are allowed under the millage, as opposed to, you know, some of the other units. And in that case, typically, I'm going to use a couple of different scenarios. So typically in a tax credit deal, the tax credit financing can provide 60 or 70% of the total development cost that we've done, where 100% of the units were affordable, 100% met the requirements of this millage. And it depends on whether or not we have supportive housing in that project or not. We've also been able to secure funding from other sources, and that left about a 10% to 15% local contribution for those units that were eligible. What would I be comfortable saying? I think you could do a non-tax credit project that tends to be like a smaller project. You might have up to 50% of the cost be through the millage, just because it's harder to fund from other sources. I would find it hard to believe you need more than 50% for any unit of any type, whether it's acquisition, rehab, new construction. I would be surprised if that was how high we would get.
And then just to follow up on that, what percentage would you think would rent for like $1,000 or less? And, you know, talking about, you know, just for John Q. Public, what percentage of units will be rented for $1,000 or less? Would you be able to get, you know, 3-bedroom? I mean, I guess it's kind of a loaded question because it depends on how it's coming, but what are we looking at as a number percentage-wise for that amount of money?
All right, I'm just going to look at today's numbers and give people an idea. So an efficiency at $1,066 is at 60% AMI. That includes everything, it includes all your utilities, so electric, water, sewer, gas. A 1-bedroom, $1,047 is 55% AMI. 951 is 50% AMI. A 2-bedroom, 40% AMI is $914, and 45% of AMI is $1,028. And just I'll go up to a 3-bedroom, $924 is 35% of AMI, and $1,056 is 40% of AMI, to give you like a kind of a range of what it looks like.
And in your experience, what does it cost to construct those units? And we've heard that acquiring them is more cost effective than building them, but building units versus acquiring them, just
I do, yeah, I do believe, I did look at, the assessor provided me with the sales history of the last, I want to say 3 or 4 years of apartments that were market rate that just sold in the marketplace. And the larger the apartment complexes, the less the per unit costs were. And I want to say they ranged from about, I think the lowest was somewhere in the 85,000 to up to about $220,000 a unit. That's purely acquisition. That doesn't tell me anything about the condition of the apartments and how much renovations needed to be made after acquisition. But that's kind of a range of what has been out in the community. And then on the new construction, on the projects we've done, we've been a little over 200 and between 225 to 250 an apartment, $250,000 an apartment new construction. Mind you, we've done 1 bedrooms all the way up to 5 bedrooms, so that's the average. And so if you're doing a new construction of all 1 bedrooms, it would be much less than if you did a 5 bedroom apartment.
Do you have a square footage cost per square foot? $200 a square foot? Do you have any idea?
I have to look. If you go to another question, I'll look it up. We don't track it like the private sector in square footage, but we have that information. I just have to look it up.
I appreciate it.
And I'll come back to you.
So yeah, I don't have any more questions. I want to move the conversation along and provide council with the opportunity to propose amendments and vote and et cetera. But I don't know if Jeff or Ann has a question.
Yeah, I got Councilmember Bannister in the queue and Mr. McDonald. If you could also put together a draft amendment that addresses the long-term issue versus short-term versus permanent. My suspicion is that a council member may want to bring that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bannister.
I've got about 7 questions, so I'll kind of run through them quick, maybe so for Jennifer or possibly Kevin. I've received lots of feedback from residents about this path to home ownership and how important that is for people's personal finances. And so Jennifer, you described that we do have a voucher plus a mortgage system. And do you see a way that we could strengthen this millage so that it would provide a continuous path to home ownership for those who aspired to that?
Again, I don't think you need to change the language of the millage. I don't think it prohibits home ownership. There's nothing in the language that says this is for rental housing. So you could do that whole range of housing types. I would be very wary of dedicating X% to home ownership. It's a very tough market to do home ownership. Your incomes have to be much higher. I don't think you'd be very successful at 60% AMI or less. Habitat for Humanity has had themselves to go up to higher income caps, and they're about the most affordable type of home ownership model there is. It's just very tough at those income levels. But I don't see why you couldn't add into the use language just clarification that it can be used for co-ops, co-housing, home ownership, whatever kind of models.
Okay, hold that thought, because I think that's important, and I'd be interested whether other council members are interested in that. I also received a lot of emails and phone calls about the floodplain issues, about how we don't want to put the vulnerable people in the floodplain and subject them to a tragedy. To make this millage successful in November, would it be advisable in your mind, Jennifer, to put in language that we will, and also to leverage it with the state and federal funding, that we put in language that we would not be pursuing this in floodplains, so that the voter in November could feel confident that we wouldn't be putting vulnerable people in the floodway?
I mean, the city already does not allow construction in the floodplain through its building ordinance. I don't know if it's zoning or building. I'm not the expert on that, but it already does not allow that. And for example, like 415 West Washington is being built above the floodway. So not sure what if that would take care of it in and of itself. So I don't know. I know the city already does not allow it to be built where you could be flooded. And also, going back to the home ownership angle, I think if you're going to talk about home ownership and you're also going to talk about permanent, it's very much trickier to do permanent home ownership than it is to do permanent rental. And so if the permanent part is the most important piece, it might work with a co-housing or cooperative type. If the co-op or co-housing legal entity is willing to put the words permanent in their deed restriction, it would be very challenging to do as a single family home without a permanent like resale formula, which, as I said before, is different kind of restrict your equity that you have.
Okay, well, I am interested in pursuing cooperatives and co-housing in this because I hear every day how much people love our Arrowwood cooperative housing co-ops and how we need more of it and modern versions of it. So yes, that this could be an important angle again in our efforts to make this successful in November at the polls. Poverty exemptions and gentrification. That concern has been raised a lot, that adding a new millage, even as Mr. DeVarty pointed out, if taxable incomes are less than assessed values, even with that benefit built in there, is there a way that we can strengthen, expand, remove the stigma on the poverty exemption for property tax? How can we make it so that this new millage does not backfire and drive out our existing low income residents who would desperately like to stay here?
I'm not an expert on the tax issue, so I cannot answer that specifically. I did talk to the assessor about trying to figure out how many folks who are homeowners are actually very low income, and there's no perfect source of data, but I was able to find some HUD published data that's based on the census estimates, and it was something around 1,000 homeowners had incomes at roughly 30% of area median income. Again, it's not a perfect tool. And that 30% AMI roughly is equivalent to 2 times the poverty rate, depending on your household size. So that seems a rough idea of how many households that would impact under our current code. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Do you see a need to, in your professional experience, for us to try to protect some of our existing residents who may be housed in a rental or a home and are worried that if they say yes to this millage, they will be forced to leave?
I don't have enough knowledge about that to be able to answer it. I know that people are forced out of housing all the time, every day, or can't live in Ann Arbor for a variety of reasons. I can't specifically talk to that. I don't have expertise in that area.
Okay, I am worried about that one. My last 2 questions, with the COVID-19, I've been hearing that parents of U of M students and so forth don't want to put their kids in a big high rise, that smaller apartments and duplexes and houses will be more attractive so that you don't have so many people filtering around and breathing all that air. Do you, Jennifer, have any indication that vacancy rates in Ann Arbor are actually going up?
I do not have any information about that.
I think so, a council member had mentioned that in Washtenaw County, our population is actually currently going down. But I don't have that statistic at my fingertips. But if our vacancy rates were to be going up, what would that mean then for this millage money coming out of people's pocketbooks?
I mean, if the vacancy rates are going up, which I'm not that's not my area of expertise, but if it was, and if it was due to COVID, and if it was due to fewer students coming back, I mean, I would be pretty happy that that's an indicator that housing prices might start to come down. I mean, it's very much affected by what's happening in the marketplace, but I don't see that necessarily as a permanent trend. Again, I'm not a realtor. That's not my area of expertise, but if it's related to COVID, then it's probably a temporary change unless everything in society completely changes.
Okay, and last quick question. If we have a 20-year mortgage, a millage, how do we evaluate it? Can we evaluate it and redesign it periodically? You know, if you folks have made a point that 20 years is needed, it'll build in the beginning, will support services on the back end more so. People are concerned how we will evaluate it if it's a blanket 20 years.
I mean, it's a very easy thing to measure. Apartment units are very easy to measure as far as how many get built, how many are financed, how many are in the pipeline. I don't think that's a difficult thing to measure. And when we do projects and when we do supportive housing and we have lots of different funders, we have a million reports that we have to provide and demographics we have to track and information that, you know, we could share that's de-identified. We can share anything. We can share incomes of, you know, people who move in. We can share family size. We can share demographics. Any of that kind of information is stuff that folks who do this kind of work, we are always tracking and have to provide to other funders. But pure units, that's simple to track.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I found the answer to Ali's question on the square foot cost. If we're talking about full total development cost, not just construction cost, but the total development cost, our project that's under construction right now is $192 a square foot. So that's everything. It includes all the soft costs, building fees, construction, legal, you know, all in.
Sounds like you're pretty efficient. That's under $200 is pretty impressive.
Mayor, if I could make a couple of comments.
Please.
So I just wanted to remind the council that, because I'm writing amendments and realize that what's in front of the council is the original resolution that went to the council originally last week. And so these proposed amendments have not been taken up by the council yet that are included with the use guidelines. And so I just wanted to remind you that because as I make some of these changes, I want to make sure that we don't lose that. But also I did want to respond to Councilmember Bannister's question because I think at least our view may be slightly different than Jennifer's view on what this is designed to do. And I just want to speak, especially because, you know, Matt Thomas is on the call, but, you know, we've had other people review this, but we've always been reviewing this vis-a-vis really these use requirements, which all talk about rental. So I want to be very careful about that because I'm not sure that this is a matter of simply adding some language into the use guidelines and then all of a sudden having home ownership included in this, especially given, as Jennifer brought up herself, the difficulty of doing permanent home ownership as we've already discovered. And so I just wanted to mention that because I'm not sure that this is a matter of just changing something in the guidelines, as the language when we talk about acquisition, maintenance, and construction, especially of permanent units, doesn't really speak towards a specific home ownership model. Whether you're doing some type of, especially if it's some type of model that where you might be providing, I'll say, you know, first-time home buyer assistance or something where the housing is affordable for that family, but it would not necessarily be affordable for the next family. And I think Jennifer has already spoken about how difficult that's been. That model is as it kind of moves towards a rental anyway, when people can't derive all the equity from it. But I wanted to mention that.
So not even an Arrowwood style cooperative housing would not be a use requirement we could add into here?
I think that might be a better, I'm gonna look towards Jennifer on that. I think that would be a better example of something where if there's a way to require it as permanent, since we were using that terminology, I think all of those existing co-ops had time durations to them, Jennifer, but I'm kind of looking at you to see if there is a model by which they would become permanent.
Right, so right now, each of those co-ops is membership owned and
Jennifer's breaking up.
Ms. Hall, can you try that again?
voted, so if some funding had to be permanent.
Ms. Hall?
Yep, if the city provided funding for a
Ms.
co-op.
Hall, Ms. Hall, can you start all that again? You cut out, and perhaps maybe go to audio only if possible.
Okay, can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay, so if you look at the existing co-ops that we have in the community, Arrowwood being one of them, they are membership owned and membership decision on their future. And so if you look at what happened to Colonial Square, the membership, when their HUD restrictions ended, voted to become I'm not going to remember the legal term, but essentially instead of being a membership owned, where the housing was monthly membership fees, they turned it into a more similar to a sale model. So it's still a co-op, but you can sell your townhome that you live in. And so that again becomes a challenge. If the city were to put a permanent restriction on it, that's fine. That co-op would have to vote and agree to want to have that kind of permanent restriction.
But if we were to create the cooperative, then that restriction would be read from the beginning.
Right, if it was brand new and that was known and people who joined the membership and knew it was always going to be a permanent restriction, right, that it's still membership driven, but they'd have some kind of deed restriction that would say it's always going to be permanently X.
My suspicion is that there still may be interest in the inclusion of cooperatives in the use in the use resolution. So I guess perhaps Mr. McDonald, if you can add to your task today another potential amendment for that purpose as well. To assist Mr. McDonald, I think it'd be useful if we had a common understanding as to the base from which he was working. Would council be all right with proposing the proposed amended resolution as a base, as a friendly amendment, just for the purpose of giving Mr. McDonald a single base from which to work? Is that acceptable?
A question?
Councilor Lum?
Sorry, because we're talking about amending the proposed use. So when we postponed this on July 20th, there wasn't a use, there were no millage guidelines. So don't we need to first adopt that?
What I would, right now there's a PDF which says proposed amended resolution. The proposed amended resolution includes track changes. Those track changes include cross-reference to the new attachment A.
Right, which didn't exist before.
Which didn't exist before. It's my suggestion, as just for the purpose of moving this along with clarity, that we adopt that proposed resolution, if you will, as an amendment to supplant the current resolution, which doesn't have the use resolution. That way, we would have the new attachment A as a base. Mr. McDonald could provide the amendments that people are interested in, and we'd move forward on that basis.
And
I would propose
that. Substitute too, is that what you're?
Yes, it's a substitute.
Substitute and adopt the millage guidelines, or just move the millage guidelines?
Move the whole proposed amended resolution as a substitute, and then if we wish to amend it, we do.
I would move to propose that as a substitute language.
Seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Is that friendly to the body?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, council members. Mr. Councilmember Hayner, is that friendly to you?
Yeah, sorry, with the audio, I find it's better if I turn my video off.
Fair enough.
With
Thank
audio
you.
lags.
All right. So
I just, yeah, I had just sent something around about this, but let's go through the use resolutions first. And then
all right.
I'm
So
sure we'll get into
just
that.
for clarity, just to say what now has happened, that the resolution which we considered at our prior meeting has been amended in its entirety. Right now, what is before us is the proposed amended resolution in Legistar. Mr. McDonald, do you understand where we are? Thank you. Does everyone else understand where the base from which we are now working?
Mayor,
Excellent. Yes.
may I clarify? So that amended resolution has some additional language and strikeouts. So will that will be part of the substitute?
That is all those track changes are part of the substitute, and whether they get amended out or not is TBA.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got further discussion on this. Are there further, perhaps we do this. Shall we roll with some questions? Are there any other questions? Then perhaps we can move to discussion. We've got Councilmember Hayner in the queue.
My questions were about, now that this is before us, I mean, there's 1 through 8 in there. And my biggest concerns were with line number 7, and I actually sent to Jackie a suggestion for a substitution for that, because I have, my concerns are this. This notion that we might mix our funding with market rate funding, even though we're not subsidizing the market rate ones. I have concerns that this is a situation or an opportunity for the city taxpayers to be, making up the missing financing for private development. That if they can't get their project built on the open market with the financing, that the city steps in and says, hey, we're gonna shoot some money this way towards this project, even though it's not part of their project specifically, it affects the financing of the project. And so I wasn't sure what the best way was, but I'm not sure why that is even in there, except to suggest that we can do these deals like this. And I'm not sure that's the right kind of deal we want to do. And so I was considering redefining A, striking B, and leaving C as B, which is what I sent to Ms. Beaudry.
Perhaps this would be a good time to, since Ms. Hall took the lead in drafting most all of the use guidelines, perhaps it would be useful to have her walk through them quickly, and after that we take a break and then come on back for the discussion in May. Is that a reasonable path? Let's roll with that. Ms. Hall, if you could walk us through the attachment A, the millage guidelines, your rationale for for them and so forth. Then after that, we'll take a break and we'll get on to the discussion on the main motion.
I'll just go through the numbers.
That'd be great.
So number 1 related to the income restriction, 0 to 60% of AMI. I think that's kind of self-explanatory in that was the target income in the millage language. And then it was like, well, what numbers do you use? HUD actually publishes family income limits as well as individual income limits. So you just have to pick one, and family income limits. It doesn't mean it can't be a one-person household. It's just where the information comes from. And that's what we always use for all of everything I've ever talked to you about. I've used the family income limit, and that's why that's in there. Number 2, housing not in any particular priority, but as priorities could be people experiencing homelessness. That would be your permanent supportive housing. It could also be special needs to supportive housing, not limited to, but could be, just to give people an example, seniors. We heard a lot of people in the community talk about making sure we're providing housing for seniors, people with disabilities, youth aging out of foster care. And then up to people who are wage earners up to the 60% AMI. That's consistent with bullet point number 1, is that it's that mixture of housing. And I've heard, I've talked in the community as you all have, and I've heard people say we need to concentrate on the very lowest income, the hardest to serve, the homeless households, up to people who are working and work in the community and can't afford to live here. And this covers a spectrum of those folks. It doesn't include higher income folks who also can't afford to live here, but it definitely covers the lowest income. Number 3, I wanted to make sure it was clear that it could cover not just construction costs, but soft costs, everything related to development. So attorney's fees, surveys, environmental testing, all of those kinds of issues, and not knowing specifically which projects would get funded. Didn't want to leave out any type of project. So it could be new construction, but maybe it's acquisition of land and then new construction, or maybe it's acquisition of existing properties. If there's a project that comes up that comes on the marketplace, it'd be great to have funding to make a quick purchase offer, and you have to be able to back it up with the ability to finance it. I'm going to turn my video off again. The capital improvements is related to, it could be on existing projects, but also didn't want to exclude the ability to do infrastructure or in and around a new construction project, or putting utilities in, water, sewer, electric, whatever. And demolition, in case there's a property that just needs to be demolished. I just want to make it clear that there's a range of things that could be included, including building renovations. Priorities, many council members reached out to me and wanted to make sure that we included energy efficiency, green, and net zero. And I listed them as priorities. And I think on some property, it's probably going to be difficult to do net zero, but I think on city-owned properties and ones that the housing commission's involved in, we should make that our goal. And until we figure out that it's not possible, that should be our goal. And so that's what that section is about, is the sustainability of the buildings. And that always is of benefit to the residents. And you don't always see the private sector building that kind of housing, because it is way more expensive on the front end. It is less expensive on the operational side. And so again, a mission-driven type entity is more likely to do that kind of construction. The next section, up to 20% for supportive services, that's mirroring the language from the amendment from the previous council meeting. But I also included some ideas so people know what that means. And we actually have a list of 30 or some different kinds of services that we have to put in our administrative policy on when we work with service providers, the type of services that they would do, but in broad categories. Mental health services, physical health, things related to getting jobs, increasing your finances, advocacy, daily living skills, could be housekeeping, could be monitoring your finances, crisis management, the individual tenant or families going through conflict resolution with other tenants or others. And we have a lot of youth programming. So again, not limited to, but just to give people an idea of the types of services. Number 6, prioritizing projects with long-term affordability, and it sounds like we're going to change that to permanent, which means that publicly owned properties, again, can be easily achieved. Ann Arbor Housing Commission, more easily achievable. And then we'll just have the expectation that also nonprofits would have some kind of permanent affordability if that's what ends up getting approved. Number 7, and again, on the nonprofits, the co-ops are, I believe, are all nonprofits. Co-housing, I've seen some that are nonprofit, some that are for-profit. This isn't intended to say it has to be a nonprofit, but it could be. You could say that. I mean, you could say that as a requirement. The socioeconomic diversity, so letter A. My thought on that one was, I was specifically thinking about 350 South 5th, or the old Y lot, was the size of the property may make it, this was, when we looked at the underwriting for that project, we had to include market rate financing, and we included some office, retail, commercial type space. And that was making it financially feasible. If this millage is approved, it will make it easier to ensure that we have a lot more units that are affordable. I don't know if it's a good public policy to have 300 apartments at 60% AMI or less, all the way from 0 to 60%. When we've looked at best practice models of mixed income housing, the housing that's worked the best is when you have a mixture of incomes that are similar to each other. So 0 to 60 or 0 to 80 or even 0 to 100% median income works out a lot better than 0 to 200% of median. And so you'd want that range that's more closer together. But to answer Councilmember Hayner's question, no funder would ever allow you to plug the holes and subsidize market rate developments. There is no funder that gets very scrutinized for the very same reason you're talking about, where you don't want to intentionally or unintentionally subsidize market rate housing. And so you have very specific underwriting and subsidy layering reviews that make sure that doesn't happen. But I was looking at it as projects that are city owned that we may want to have some kind of mixed income, and we don't want to subsidize that market rate portion, but it may be a mixture of incomes. And then I was just giving examples, small group homes to apartment complexes, or any, just to give an idea that we're not talking about specific sizes. It could be all kinds of things. You could add 10 other kinds of examples if you want. And then including, all neighborhoods and all city council wards would be definitely an ideal goal. Whether that happens or not, we will find out. But that would be an ideal goal. And then the final one is to maximize leverage of other sources, for the reason I said below, because the more we can leverage other resources, then the farther our funding from the millage will go, and the more units we can end up with at the end of the day.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on the on either the resolution or the use resolution, Councilmember Hayner?
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm not going to have that sent around on 7 with that explanation. I guess my questions are going to be more broad so I can try and get a sense of to determine the value of this millage to the community. So we're talking about, we believe that at the end of 20 years of this, we'll have 1,500 new units built is our estimation, and 375 at 30% or below, and the remainder of the 1125 at 30 to 60%. So that's 1,500 over 20 years. So that's about 7. That's, I mean, this isn't how it's going to work, I know, but that's 70, works out to 75 units a year. And we had a goal of 140 units a year starting in, several years back. We're really in the hole on this. And so where do we anticipate that the difference, that other 70 some units are going to come from if this millage doesn't cover them? And I already think this is a big ask for the homeowners of Ann Arbor, the residents of Ann Arbor, because I do strongly believe that there's people that it's going to be that last little bit. It's going to push them over the edge. They can't live here anymore because of their taxes, or, it's going to, I believe strongly that rents, if the market will bear it, which it seems to, rents will climb as the taxes go up for those landlords. And so there's a bit of a universal negative to this, or a universal suffering to paying this public charge. Where's, we don't really have our own written plan. There's a county plan, the 2015 look at it. Where's the other 70 units a year going to come from this? Does anybody have any ideas for that? Is it going to come from our changing the, how we've made some changes to development agreements where if we haven't really seen that pay off, but what's our plan for getting this other 70 units out of this? Because this isn't the one-stop solution. We recognize that. And anybody have any ideas? Yeah.
I mean, if you're asking me, I would say I would love it if you made this 2 mills. Do I think it will get passed? I don't know. We would definitely hit that goal if we made it 2 mills for 20 years. And I do think part of the other units are going to come from units required through zoning and use of brownfield TIF.
And those are like the ones that are in that that sort of wait list?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the sources, yep.
Yeah, because I mean, I was thinking the same thing because it was in my head that we really needed between 0 and 80% AMI. We really need about 4,000 units, which at $250 a unit, that's $1 billion project, right? And you know, we're talking about extracting 160 million out of the community. Should it be 320 over 20 years? Should this be a higher cost? I mean, I don't think it would fly. I don't think people would vote themselves that kind of tax burden. I mean, we got an email from some downtown residents today who, if you do the numbers backwards, and I hate to say this out loud, but they're paying $2.40 an hour in taxes, 24/7, $365 a year. They're paying almost $2.50 an hour in property taxes for the pleasure of living here in Ann Arbor. So I don't think, I didn't want to throw that out there. I know this isn't a solution. It's only getting us, you know, that 75 a year more or less. So we need to come up with an actual plan. We know what our need is, but we don't really have a plan. So thank you.
Let's stick with, there's a queue forming, and I appreciate that. I know that we want to get to the main motion. I've got a sense it's 9:30. We're going to want to take a break at some point. Let us stick with questions right now, if we may, run through our questions, and then we'll get to discussion on the merits. That's my suggestion. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, to respond to Councilmember Hayner's question, how are we going to get there? I think we have to continue to apply political pressure to the University of Michigan. I don't think that they're going to build workforce housing and more student housing for graduate students unless there is some political pressure put on them. And I have a question, and it's regarding 7C. The city supports the inclusion of affordable housing in all neighborhoods and city council wards. We have affordable housing in what I would consider the King School neighborhood, and that has been very, very successful for decades, and I volunteered down there for many decades. But what exactly does neighborhood mean?
Doesn't mean anything specific other to try to be inclusive language. Like, yep, we're all neighborhoods, all wards. It's just a words of inclusivity.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I guess, and I'm probably going to get hit on social media for this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. When we talk about affordable housing, would that include like a halfway house?
When we talk, those of us who work in the affordable housing community, we talk about, again, the word permanent, meaning it's not transitional housing.
Oh, okay.
That's more of a service than a housing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that there are significant services that have to come with, such as a halfway house, and I want to make sure that we're not giving blanket approval of that without the necessary services that would be required.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I did want to respond to Councilmember Hayner's question because it's not really hypothetical. We've turned down, by my count in the last year-ish, 80 units of affordable housing for 99 years that would have been supplied by the private market at no cost to us. So you can all shake your heads, but you voted no for it. So that's not a hypothetical. I think part of it is, you know, if we look at the T1 zoning potentially coming up, there are plenty of market solutions if we have the will to do it that can help us provide some of these units. And I also think that this money, you know, when we look at some of the leveraging that could happen, we might actually get even more units. I'll leave that to Ms. Hall to answer. But, you know, the solutions are out there. We just have to have the collective will to get it through.
What 80 units did we turn down?
40 at Brighton and 40 at Lockwood.
Well, I voted for both of those, so.
Okay, well, not you.
All right,
I was
sorry, I didn't know what you were talking about. I was like, I don't recall
yeah.
turning down any personally, so.
Okay, I wasn't
Thank you.
accusing you.
No,
Yeah.
all right, I didn't know what you were talking about. Just want to make sure.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you. This isn't a silver bullet, and I don't think that's what we came here to decide tonight. I don't think we're gonna end the housing crisis with one vote here. We are trying to shape this as best as we can as policymakers and give it to the voters in November to decide. We don't know how the voters are going to decide. That's why we're going to have an election and we're going to see. But it's our job to shape it as best as we can, understanding all the difficulties that exist. So, Councilmember Hayner, to say that we don't have a plan, I don't think is fair. I think this is a part of a plan. I think we have many ways to approach this. There isn't one way. And and to push back on Councilmember Grand, before I took a seat on council, it's my understanding that the body prior to this turned down $9 million in Lower Town. So if you're keeping score, you might as well just go back and start, a little earlier. But I don't think that's what people want us to be doing here, having a food fight. They want us to solve problems. My only suggestion is that when we take a break, if staff could perhaps include some language in the use part of this resolution to include co-ops and co-housing under section 6. So we can move this along a little bit, but I think it's fair to say that we could apply these funds to co-ops and co-housing. And then for number 7, and some of this other dialogue we're having tonight, again, there's other sources of funding that hopefully will be available. We have a resolve clause in this resolution directing us to do just that, to apply our current contributions going forward, even with this being passed. So this isn't the only source for affordable housing money to apply for gap funding. So please keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister, questions hopefully from Ms. Hall or staff, and then we can move to a quick break and then the main motion.
Yes, a quick question. I think this one is for Kevin because I asked it to Jennifer and it was about putting specific language in saying that we would not be building vulnerable housing for vulnerable populations in the floodplain. And I believe Jennifer had said that, well, that our zoning and building already doesn't allow that. And the more I thought of that answer, I'd like to ask Kevin, didn't we just pre-entitle 415 West Washington to put 170 plus units in the floodplain? And my concern is that that would not qualify for the federal and state leveraging that we were anticipating.
Yeah, and I may not have heard because I've been I've been drafting as we've been working here. So I apologize if there's a little bit of disconnect in my answer to Ms. Hall's answer. I think that it's not correct to say that we can't build housing there. It's just a matter of what housing that can be built in the floodplain. And so I think that, and I believe there may be other council members who have amendments or possible amendments regarding the floodplain. And I did not include anything in the amendments that I was preparing for you, but I just want to make sure that that's clear. I think that might have been a slight overstatement that you can't build anything in those areas.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yeah, just as a clarifier, 415 West Washington is above the floodplain and that it's going to be built on concrete stilts. So there's going to be parking and public space on the ground floor. And then the housing begins about a floor above the ground. So it's above the floodplain. So that's the nuance that Ms. Hall was speaking to.
Further questions? All right, it's 9:37. Let's take a short break and reconvene, please, at 9:45. We are back after a short break. Mr. McDonald has sent around a proposed amended resolution which addresses some of the points which were discussed during the course of our conversation. That is, with revising the language so as to reflect the preference for permanent affordability, a description of that the 20% of the millage monies would be calculated in the aggregate, and a modest change to pull out the reference to apartments and rather use units. And then finally, the addition of cooperative housing and the like to Article 6 in the use resolution. My inference, my understanding, my guess is that all these are going to be friendly, but I just want to make sure. Can people give me a nod and that's going to be all right generally? All right. May I have a motion, please, to move Mr. McDonald's proposed amended resolution amendments in whole? Councilmember Ackerman, second by Councilmember Grand. Are those friendly to the body?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner, I don't see you.
Here, the video doesn't want to turn on.
Understood, but I hear you now. Is that friendly to you, Councilmember Hayner?
Sure.
Thank you. It is now friendly. Mr. McDonald, you are receive our thanks. Further discussion of the main motion as amended. Councilmember, and just for people's clarity, there may be amendments and the like, but we had previously had a set of questions which were kind of free flowing. I'm going to now, with council's acquiescence, start the cue and clock on things. So we'll have our fairly standard 2 times 3 minutes with subsets and trees if we have amendments. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. There has been a lot of discussion about building in the floodplain and floodway, and a lot of concern on this. And so I have had staff write an amendment to the second whereas, well, actually it's the second resolve clause. If Ms. Beaudry could pass that around to council, sent it a little earlier today, and let me know if you need me to resend it. And this would be applicable to the charter language, and asking that no money collected pursuant to this millage shall be spent on building, maintaining, or acquiring new units located in the floodplain or floodway. Again, I think it's important to strengthen this millage so that it gives it the best possible chance in November, and also protect the investments made by taxpayers.
I'd second that motion.
Beaudry, have you sent it around?
Yes, you should have it now.
Thank you. That move has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Smith.
I mean, let's just call this the let's not build on 415 West Washington or 721 North Main amendment. I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I also won't be supporting it, maybe for a slightly broader rationale. I do think there are reasons, and I think if anything, listening to how complex this work is from Ms. Hall tonight, that we really do want to have the most flexibility possible. I think we've heard that from those who've worked really hard to craft this resolution, and we've heard it from our own in-house experts that maintaining maximum flexibility is critical. And there may be a property. What if there's a tiny part of it that's in the floodplain? Then we can't buy it. That doesn't make sense. What if there's new technology 10 years from now that makes it much more possible, and maybe, who knows, like turns it into energy or something that's there. We just don't know. And with 20 years, I think it's too short-sighted. And just a lot of these arguments that I'm hearing against this seem to be a lot more about distraction than about disruption. And so I won't be supporting this one.
Ms. Hall, can you please speak to the viability of projects at 415 and 421 if this amendment were to pass?
I guess I don't know if the intent is to keep housing from being literally in the way of water that would be in the floodplain, or if a project is elevated above it, like 415 West Washington was proposed so that it would not be directly in the flow of any water, the actual housing units, like people aren't in danger of being washed away or their belongings being washed away. And so I don't know what the intent is on that distinction. If it was not to build directly on the ground and be in the way of the floodplain, I think that's a good idea. Of course, we don't want to do that.
Mr. McDonald, can you speak to the language and whether or not this would permit elevated construction over the floodplain?
Well, I guess I would want to know what Councilmember Romlawi's intentions were, but I certainly would interpret that language to mean that this money cannot be used for developments in the floodplain or the floodway. It doesn't really speak toward where the units are. It really just says that it cannot be used for buildings in the floodplain or the floodway.
So an elevated unit without regard to elevation
would not be eligible. And I'm looking at Councilmember Romlawi to see if he.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
differently.
It really surprises me where people jump their conclusions, how they jump to conclusions so quickly without any kind of discussion or debate. It's really sad to see the lack of collaboration on this particular issue. If LIHTC funding isn't available for it, and we're not even asking for LIHTC restrictions and requirements. I mean, we're asking for something less than what the federal government requires. And we're going to be putting the most vulnerable people, the people that make the least in the highest risk areas, and then say we're all about equity and inclusion. I mean, yeah, let's put them in the most vulnerable areas. That's where the poor people go. It's just amazing to me that we wouldn't offer the protections on taxpayer dollars. These are taxpayer dollars. We should be protecting those dollars to the highest degree. And my initial thought was to attach this millage money to the same kind of requirements that federal tax credits require. And I heard that was too much of a hurdle. And so I don't understand how protecting the taxpayers' dollars and protecting the residents in these most vulnerable parts of our community is too much to ask for. I think that's a low bar. I'm asking for a very low bar to be met here. So I'm just surprised at the reaction that this one has gained from some. It's the federal government asks way more than what we're asking for, and these are taxpayer dollars that should be protected, and a vulnerable part of the community that should be protected as well.
Got Councilor Balum?
No, I was going to ask Ms. Hall to weigh in on this, which is what you asked, so I'm set.
Councilor Nelson.
Thank you. I want to thank Jennifer Hall for having a pretty extended conversation with me a couple of weeks ago, and we, since my colleagues jumped to the conclusion about this, I was curious if you could share a little bit more about what I remember from our conversation, Ms. Hall, about 415 West Washington is basically not a desirable place for affordable housing because it's ineligible for so much funding. opportunity, like it's ineligible for the leveraging of funds that you would typically use on a project. And so I guess my question is, since you have obviously contemplated all these issues, how likely is it that you were ever going to sink a bunch of money, theoretically from this millage into a property like 415 West Washington? I mean, my understanding is that nothing that we have already approved related to 415 West Washington has anything to do with this millage. Or maybe you can help this body understand, do those two things have anything to do with each other?
Since the millage hasn't been approved by this body or gone to the voters, we had not contemplated that in our underwriting and in our analysis of the site. It was included in, when I looked at each site and did the financial feasibility analysis, I looked at current and potentially if there was I had a third scenario that had a millage. So there was a scenario in the analysis that said if you had a millage, every one of these sites, you could have more affordable housing than what you would have if you didn't have a millage. So that's true across the board. This site is both difficult because of the inability to leverage LIHTC and HUD funds because of floodway, floodplain, railroad nearness, noise, that kind of thing. Absolutely true. But what makes it particularly difficult from a financial feasibility analysis perspective are the other public purposes that we're trying to accomplish at the site, with the demolition of the blighted building, the contaminated soils, the tree line trail, the chimney swift preservation, the traffic controlling on West Washington. So it's the combination of all those factors that makes it very challenging to also include a public purpose of affordable housing. And so when we've had those discussions and looked at the underwriting, without a millage, that's very, very challenging and might not be able to happen. With a millage, you could do some kind of some units and do a portion of them as affordable housing, if that's what City Council wants to do. It just depends on where you want to put your resources. And a piece of that related, but not quite the same, is 721 North Main has floodway, floodplain, and a portion of the site that has no floodway, floodplain. And so even though that portion that's not in the floodway, floodplain is also ineligible for LIHTC and HUD funding because it's right next to the railroad, it actually could be built on and split off of the parcel that has the floodway, floodplain in it. And that's exactly what we've had to do on a project. Our Swift Lane project on Platte Road had a piece right next to Mallett's Creek that's in the floodplain and in the floodway, and we had to deed it to the Washtenaw County Water Resource Commission. From a HUD funding perspective, we literally had to split the property and take the part out that wasn't eligible for HUD funding, but we were able to build on the part that was eligible. So you might have different kinds of mixtures of properties that are like that.
So, I mean, I guess that's confirming my memory of our conversation, which is that the reality of there being a floodplain, floodway issue and other concerns, like you're working around that. I mean, as a practical matter, like when you describe what happened with Swift Run, if this millage was amended to articulate that we weren't going to do things in the floodplain, floodway, those are accommodations that you're already having to make to leverage federal funds anyway. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, because this is being framed in a very specific way, and I just think it would be interesting to get a clear statement from you about what that would actually, as a practical matter, what would the effect of this be?
I think it depends on how you write the language and how it's interpreted by the attorney's office. If we use 415 West Washington as an example, and I'm sorry, Ollie, I don't think I heard you say your language. I didn't read it. I don't think I got sent it. If the interpretation is you couldn't build a building elevated above the floodplain because it's above a floodplain, then we wouldn't be able to use the millage funding there. If the language was such that you could if you could acquire a parcel, but you had to split it first before you acquired it, and you could acquire the part that's not in a floodway or floodplain with these funds, then it wouldn't have that negative impact. You'd have to split the parcel first, take the piece out that's in the floodway, floodplain. That wouldn't have an impact on it. That's normally not how you do it, but you could do it that way.
Councilor Grand.
Thank you. I guess I wasn't specific enough, so I'll take the language piece by piece. No, so it does read, and Ms. Hall, I just forwarded you that email, so hopefully you can see it. No money collected pursuant to this millage shall be spent on building, maintaining, or acquiring new units located in the floodplain or floodway. This is not about putting our most vulnerable residents at risk. If you build housing above a floodplain, sometimes that can be terrific housing. So that's build. Again, this would just handcuff and keep so many options that would just be unavailable, but also maintaining or acquiring existing housing. We know we have a lot of existing housing that is in a floodplain or a floodway. And some of it might be housing that maybe is currently affordable housing and they're about to lose their tax credit. So we don't want to use this money to acquire that potential housing because there might be a percentage of that housing that sits in a floodway or a floodplain, or maintaining. What if we have some housing right now that sits in a floodway or a floodplain? Should we say to those residents, no, we're not going to be able to use any of these millage funds towards maintenance of that housing? What if there's the opportunity for land that someone wants to turn into a co-op? Should we turn down that possibility because by chance a percentage of that land is in the floodway or the floodplain? This is just overly restrictive. It's being responsive from my perspective to a certain constituency. And I do understand the idea and fully support that we don't want to create dangerous housing for our most vulnerable residents. That's not my intent in not supporting it. The intent is to have maximum flexibility in this language so that we can address a really complex housing crisis in our community. And the more restrictive we make it, the more difficult it is to achieve our goals. And it just provides one more excuse not to build housing in certain locations, including on some city-owned property that we own. So if I wasn't clear enough, I apologize. I don't believe I was jumping to any conclusions in rejecting it. It was just from my perspective, a clear and deep reading of the language that you provided.
Councilor Smith.
So, going back and looking at the background materials for 415 West Washington, the entire site's within the floodplain zone. If you look across the street at the YMCA that has the same issues, and the way that they've handled water working through that site has made that a much better mechanism for dealing with flooding that we experience in my neighborhood, because that's where I live. I understand where this comes from. I understand who suggested it the first time. I understand what the underlying goal is. If we adopt this, I see this making the site, when you look at all of, going back through that analysis that Jennifer and her team did, this is the third largest opportunity for affordable units on city-owned property. And if we take this out, all of a sudden we're looking at a lot more acquisition costs. And I think as I envision this, we had a very powerful discussion when we voted to keep moving forward on 415 West Washington. And I now see that not all of us are on the same page with that. So that's disappointing. This is land that belongs to all of us. We're doing something for the broader community benefit. And I don't understand why we would take arrows out of our quiver when they're so important, volume-wise for producing the number of units that we need. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Griswold.
Yeah, I want to take a different perspective, and that is I want to do everything possible for this millage to pass, because it's critical that we increase our affordable housing units. However, there is a vocal minority that is against building in the floodway or the floodplain, and that group is going to come out against this millage. Do we want to risk having this millage fail?
Councilmember Bannister.
In relation to Councilmember Smith's point, it's a question for Jennifer Hall. You mentioned in your earlier comments that the state of Michigan every year tweaks their requirements for the RFP, and it varies annually based on walking scores and transportation and this and that. And the fire station on Stadium and Platt didn't score well now. But if we take out floodplain properties, and Councilmember Smith, I hadn't even thought of 721 North Main. I was mainly thinking of 415 West Washington. If we take out floodplain properties, it sounds to me from your previous comments, Jennifer, that there would be potentially the state of Michigan for their LIHTC administration might very well in previous, certainly over 20 years, make it so that fire station on Stadium and Platt would score high in a previous year. So I still support Councilmember Ramlawi's amendment that we keep out properties in the floodplain and then let the millage roll and see what happens over the 20 years. Am I understanding, Jennifer, your description of how much the LIHTC criteria can change on an annual basis?
Yeah, that's an interesting question and point. Just to be clear, fire station number 2 is not in the floodway or floodplain. It just doesn't score high because of other important factors that they deem important right now. And actually, the IRS does not prohibit construction in a floodway or floodplain. It does not prohibit building next to railroads, but the state of Michigan voluntarily made that a threshold criteria for their tax credit applications that mirrors not 100%, but some of the HUD federal, it's not even HUD, it's actually federal environmental review requirements that impacts HUD funding because it's a federal funding source. And the state of Michigan voluntarily adopted that part of the environmental review, which is the noise. It's not because you're next to a railroad. It has nothing to do with, being in danger. It has to do with the noise of rail and traffic, and you add them all up and they have noise thresholds. And the floodway floodplain was also adopted by the state of Michigan. So that could change, but that's been for a while. I don't know how long that's been in place. We've actually talked to some developers who do affordable housing projects, do development like this, and they believe that they might be able to talk MISHDA into allowing both South Industrial, which is next to a railroad, and 721 North Main, the piece that's not in the floodway floodplain. They might be able to make an exception for us to do construction with tax credit funding on those 2 sites, but I can't promise that.
Well, I'm trying to keep the housing out of either the railroad or the floodplain because I think that's an undesirable place to live, and I don't want to get caught up in a quiet zone for trains, which was, I think, a $7 million bill for that. And so I think this housing should be steered away from unattractive locations for housing, so that, again, so that it can sail through with the voter in November.
I'm going to step in for my part on this measure. I'm not going to support the amendment. I think it's important that we put a millage forward with maximum flexibility. I trust councils in the future, staffs in the future, to propose housing that is safe. We don't have provisions in the millage amendment to make sure that everything's going to be ADA compliant, to make sure that everything, that we're going to be using, that we're not going to be using asbestos. We have procedures for putting together safe buildings. I believe that councils in the future, staffs in the future are going to abide by all of them. And if there was a building that was going to be safe in the flood, that was not going to be safe in the floodplain, it wouldn't be built. If it was going to be safe, it's safe. And then we should have an opportunity to utilize it. With respect to railroads, obviously, proximity to a railroad is, is a challenge, but I would suggest that, by way of example, Liberty Lofts doesn't seem to be a particularly undesirable location and in immediate proximity to the railroad. So, there's, I think, no reason for us to, by rule or what have you, keep properties as a certain distance from the railroad. That's just what some people are interested in. So I think that what we are doing here is we are limiting our successors' freedom to build housing that we know to be necessary. We have a large number we need to hit. The only way we're going to hit with that large number is if we are, bold in our approach. And what I think this does is it constrains us. As to the question of this amendment's effect on the likelihood of success, I think that the constituency that focuses on this above all else is immaterial. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Well, I think all voices are material, and especially coming from our mayor, I think it's very damaging to make that last statement with all due respect. It's one of the reasons why we have such a divided community right now leading up to this election when statements like that are being made that marginalize voters and taxpayers and constituents of mine. It was my efforts that brought 415 to council. And if it wasn't for my efforts, 415 wouldn't even be talked about right now. But, I know you're surprised, but no, it was me and talking with our former city administrator and the DDA to get the funding, to get the things going, to get community engagement, and to get support. It was me. It's in my ward, and I'm still spearheading that. And so 415 was brought without the need or even the idea of a local millage to make it a success and to redevelop it and to remove blight and contamination and put something there that provides the community benefit. If the state of Michigan has these requirements, I don't understand why we wouldn't take on those same kind of precautions to protect the residents, to protect the community, protect the watershed, to protect the taxpayers. I mean, it's just surprising that those issues and those concerns could be easily glossed over. I also have concerns on flood insurance. We know flood insurance is going to go through the roof. FEMA's rewriting all the flood maps, and the cost to have flood insurance on your home now is just going to be astronomical. Does anybody on staff here, is anybody here that can shed some light on what our cost on flood insurance would be if we developed and built and had to maintain flood insurance on a structure that's in a floodplain?
Ms. Hall? Or Mr. Crawford?
We have, sorry, go ahead, Tom.
Jennifer, if you're aware of something, go ahead. Other than that, we do not have our stormwater people here.
Yeah, I can't fully answer your question. We have one property that's currently in the floodplain, which is on South 7th. So that's the one property. Actually, we have two. Highcone also has one building in the floodplain, so we do pay flood insurance for those two properties. They're tiny in comparison, so I don't know if it's a good example. I don't remember the exact amount. I want to say it's like $2,000 or $3,000 a year at each site. But
that's
it's
for the additional flood insurance.
Additional flood insurance, but that's for 6 or less units.
as compared to a house that I live on 7th Street, and I pay less than $1,000 for the total homeowner package. So the cost in maintaining and insuring a property in the floodplain or floodway is just financially irresponsible on top of the other issues that I've already raised.
Councilmember Smith?
Jennifer, are we really able to develop 415 without having millage funds going towards it? The Housing Commission?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Is the Housing Commission able to develop affordable housing at 415 West Washington without this millage?
It would be challenging. It's still the goal. If this millage doesn't happen to be able to include some affordable housing there, it's the other public purpose that are expected in, at that site that's making it most challenging. It doesn't mean it can't happen. It's just a difficult site.
Councilmember Hayner? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Councilmember, did I cut you off?
Just briefly, I just want to suggest that one of the most interesting statements that came from Jerry Hancock's excellent stormwater presentation last week was, and this is almost a direct quote, that the pre-entitlement process for 415 goes against the goals of the location as far as stormwater management for the city is concerned. He strongly feels that that site should not be built on in any way, and the pre-entitlement for the large structure that was settled on by this body without my support goes directly against the stormwater management's goals. So for what it's worth, thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Nelson, then perhaps we can wrap this conversation up.
I just have a quick question for Jennifer Hall. I was looking through documents in the various presentations she's offered us about the opportunities for affordable housing at the various city-owned properties. And like Councilmember Romlawi pointed out, he did add this to the pile somewhat later and spearheaded this. Is it true, Ms. Hall, that 415 West Washington is the third best or third largest opportunity for the development of affordable housing among all our options?
If you're talking about number of units, I believe the Ashley Street, corner of William and Ashley is the potential for the largest number. Then the former Y site on 350 South 5th. And I do believe West Washington, total number of units is the third largest site. That's correct. I'm going
Total number of affordable units?
No, total number of any kind of units. Total number of any kind of units. Not
Which is total. Okay, I sort of figured as much. Okay. All right, so we're not talking about okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Beaudry, I don't know who's on point today.
It is Councilmember Ackerman.
Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Romlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion carries.
Discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Bannister.
I was surprised that our friend Glenn Nelson from the Mental Health Millage Committee was not on the public comments tonight, but because he did send a suggested amendment and earlier in the day. And I just wanted to make sure everyone had heard it, which was that in the first resolve clause, he would like to add the county health mental health millage fund after general fund. So the first resolve clause would read, contribute general fund and county mental health millage fund money. So that that we will continue to support affordable housing from the mental health millage revenues. So I wanted to mention that for discussion, because I know the mental health people have been advocating for that. And I can bring that in.
The language?
Go ahead, Jane.
No, I was just gonna ask, so are you proposing this? And yeah.
I am.
Is Boudry sending us the language that you're recommending?
Well, I could send the language, but I wanted to first test the waters with council members to see if that would be of interest, or I could send them the language first. And we could come back to it. Either way.
I don't have the language.
Could you read it again?
After the first resolve phrase, say we would be adding county mental health millage fund after general fund.
So the fund, is there a second to that? Is there a second by Councilmember Hayner? My inference is that what that means is that the 40% of the rebate that currently goes to affordable housing would be reaffirmed by this resolution. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the intent of this resolution, of this amendment? That's how I read it.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I can talk on.
You're in the queue, Councilmember. I got Councilmember Bannister just to confirm that that's the common understanding of this language is to affirm that the 40% of the rebate monies would continue to go to affordable housing. That's
yes.
Okay. Is that friendly to the body?
Yeah, it's part of the body. The body can accept it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is that friendly to the body?
As an amendment or just as
an amendment?
No, it's not.
I didn't even mean to second it.
All right. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ackerman. So this amendment is brought by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. At the queue, I have Ramlawi and Hayner. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Somebody distribute this language.
As we're getting that language circulated, we do call attention to that 40% in the whereas clause already. Secondly, it's been my understanding that health millage is general fund dollars. We don't allocate it any. We have a subset of accounting that we have that tracks it. But when it comes to technicality and legal terms, it is general fund dollars. So I did see this email. I would have asked staff to craft some wording or myself on something this simple, but I have a problem calling that out in this way because it's my principled belief that those rebate dollars are general fund dollars, and there's not a need right now to give them a special class. I think they must remain as general fund dollars, and that's already in this resolution.
Councilmember Hayner, then Ackerman on this matter, and then let me suggest that we just move to a vote on this.
I would agree with Councilman Ali's assessment of that. I think our city administrator Crawford would agree. These are general fund dollars. We track them coming in, but they sit in the general fund was always my understanding. And so I believe this language is superfluous in this case, but I'll defer to Mr. Crawford.
Just to clarify, they don't actually sit in the general fund. They are a separate fund in and of themselves. I think what Councilmember Malawi is referring to is they are received as generally unrestricted. They are restricted by council resolution.
Councilmember Lum?
Just a clarification, these are property tax revenues, so they are general fund dollars, but the accounting of them, they are, as I think has been explained previously at the prior meeting, these dollars would be designated in an affordable housing trust fund or some other fund. If we're going to create another title for the fund. But I believe, Mr. Crawford, you said it would be that these general fund dollars would then be allocated to this affordable housing fund, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm unclear what you're referring to as general fund. In both cases,
Property taxes, those have always been, general fund dollars.
property taxes go to different funds. They're not always
Right.
general fund. So
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the accounting per se, but the source.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something when you asked the question. Can you clarify what your question is?
Not really a question.
Further discussion of the amendment?
Do we have the language yet for it?
The amendment language is
Was it sent?
the amendment language, as I understand it, is in the first resolve clause. So it is the city's attention that it will continue to contribute general fund and county mental health millage fund money to the affordable housing fund. So it is the addition of the words and county mental health millage fund. That's the amendment. Councilmember Ackerman.
Mayor,
Please go ahead, Ms. Beaudry.
Mayor, is this an amendment to the resolve clause?
Yes.
Not to, okay.
First resolve clause. Councilmember Ackerman.
Just as by way of clarification, it's technically the county public health and mental health millage. And I think that's important to stress, just given that the dollars come more from the public safety side than the mental health side, considering the rebate was designed for municipalities with their own police department.
Can we consider that a Scrivener's amendment in light of that? That's the title of the actual amendment. Does anybody have an objection to that? Take that as a friendly amendment. That's a formal amendment to the amendment.
Is that a formal amendment to the amendment?
I mean, I'm just asking, does anyone mind me taking that as a Scrivener's error, a Scrivener's correction?
No.
We're just correcting it to be the actual title of the millage, is what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Councilmember, would you please pass that to Ms. Beaudry so that she has the precise language? Further discussion of the amendment as scrivenered. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Umlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Eaton.
So have we agreed to adopt the second revision that Mr. McDonald sent around?
Yes,
Okay,
the corrected second edition.
all right, thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Lum.
Are we ready to vote on this, the second corrected revision, do you think?
Do you mean as a whole?
Yeah.
I think we're getting there, but does anybody have anything they want to say about the thing before we vote?
Unless yeah, I don't know if there were other amendments to come. I'm ready to personally vote on this. Okay, I see the thumbs up from a couple of council members. So I would just like to then say that I think taking this extra time, this extra week, was worthwhile for a couple of reasons. I'm glad we did. First, obviously now we have the millage guidelines that we didn't have a week ago, and an outline of how the dollars can and will be used is important information for voters. It's also information that council needs and should be comfortable with before making a decision to place a new tax millage on the ballot. And again, my thanks to Ms. Hall for taking the time to develop the guidelines. I think also the week's delay provided. Sorry. Can I continue? Sorry, I hear other speaking. Should I?
Could I just put other council members mute?
You are totally legible or audible to me if people.
Okay, all right, then I'll continue. I just heard other speakers. The week's delay provided us a bit of time to think through some of the nuances and the specifics on how this will work. And I also appreciate getting from staff today the answers to both Councilmember Hayner's questions and other general questions. That was very helpful. And finally, and most importantly, the extra time provided our residents an opportunity to weigh in before the decision on the ballot language and the program structure were made. We've heard from quite a few folks tonight, and we've also received quite a few emails from residents. I appreciate everyone's input. And if we just voted last week, we'd not have that feedback to inform our decision. I will be supporting this tonight, as I suspect most, if not all of us will. I believe when there are important questions, and certainly addressing the affordable housing challenge in Ann Arbor meets that standard, they should be decided by the voters. That's how democracy should work. Elected officials should never stand in the way of allowing voters to decide important questions. Unfortunately, that has happened recently, but I, for one, will never take that away from voters, the ability to exercise their fundamental right to decide the major questions. So again, I'll be supporting placing this question of an affordable housing millage on the November 3rd ballot, and we'll let the voters decide as they should. So thank you for listening.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And thanks to staff for putting a lot of work into this in these last 7 days. And I echo Councilmember Lum's thoughts on having the extra week to listen to the community, to have additional soak time so we can better understand how this money is going to be spent, crafting the use language and adding some amendments and assurances to this so that we have complete buy-in and hopefully an 11-0 vote here, so that this can go to the voters in the best possible way that we have the time to do, so they can get approval. I appreciate Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Nelson and our mayor for bringing this forth and forging this conversation and forging this debate and making this come to fruition. And I'm at a point right now with this that I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. So Ms. Beaudry, if you can add me as a co-sponsor to this. Thanks. I know it gets a little heated, but I think we got a much better product here tonight than we would have a week ago. And therefore I'm comfortable and happy to join my colleagues in co-sponsoring this.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank the council members who sponsored this for bringing it forward. I especially want to thank staff for all the work that they put into this in this last week to help us understand what we're doing. I'm disappointed that although there's been at least a year's worth of discussion behind the scenes, this only emerged at the very last moment. I don't think that's good process. I think it's important that we make clear what this millage will and will not do. This millage will provide funding to add new subsidized housing for the very low income residents. It will not provide access to home ownership. It will not make home ownership more affordable for teachers, nurses, or other moderate income residents. It will not address the long history of redlining and racial discrimination in housing, lending, and zoning. It's important the city fund its affordable housing plans and those needed support services that accompany that kind of housing. These goals will be addressed and will address the needs of the most in need, and those people are very numerous. In addressing those with the greatest need, we cannot ignore the burden that this places on working people whose rents will likely increase, and those on fixed incomes who already struggle to afford our property taxes and our fees. While this millage request is not by itself very large, it is just one of the many tax requests that will likely come before us in the next couple of years. The AT0 plan includes the idea of creating a millage to address climate action. We are likely to face a regional transit millage in the not distant future. Each of these taxes are for good purposes, and each one is of a reasonable amount, but they accumulate and they really place a significant burden on our residents. And we can't really diminish the significance of that. Each of these small millages is like water torture. It's just a little bit more, but in the aggregate, it's going to place a burden on people to the point where they won't be able to afford to live in our city. We need to be careful not to create a community where only the very wealthy and those eligible for housing subsidies can afford to live. I will support putting this on the ballot. I believe that the voters should have an opportunity to vote on this. Much like I would have liked to put nonpartisan elections on the ballot to let them vote on that. Important questions of this magnitude should go before the voters, and I will support this. And thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I will be supporting this evening, although I do believe that we actually didn't come to a stronger product. I think it's one that makes it more difficult. And I do want to thank staff and also thank the advocates from the Washtenaw Housing Alliance who brought their expertise and their passion and their work in our community, working to protect the most vulnerable around us and among us, because without their work, this wouldn't be here today. There's no doubt in my mind. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for doing that polling as well that showed that there is broad-based support for this in our community. Which is why I guess I'll just respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues, but do appreciate the honesty that Councilmember Griswold brought forth when she was talking about attention to vocal minorities and really making adjustments because of what they had to say. For me, that's not typically how I want to make policy according to vocal minorities. And I do want to acknowledge that in making changes to this, it may have spoken to one vocal minority, but perhaps made it much more difficult to provide housing for a lot of people. So maybe one group might be pleased, but there might actually be a lot more people out there who would have preferred to see it the other way. And I don't think that will keep them from getting behind this, but I do think it makes it weaker and constrains us in the future, and that concerns me. I also want to speak to the concern about homeownership, and I heard some really wise words earlier this morning earlier this evening, sorry, from someone who talked about homeownership and recognizing that for a lot of people, particularly young people who are starting out in our community, but for people across the community, that often homeownership comes as a result of being able to save money because they can afford to live somewhere and pay a reasonable rent and save money. Most of us didn't start out, who are homeowners, didn't start out that way. We were renters, and looking to provide those kinds of opportunities so that that we can be a more inclusive community. And I think one of the ways that we can do that is through this millage, and another way is through changes to our zoning that will enable us to provide a variety of housing that people can buy and a variety of housing that people can rent. And understanding that this millage is an important piece, but that it's not the only piece in a complex puzzle. So I hope, I'm excited that we're taking this step forward, but I hope that we don't just pat ourselves on the back and say, okay, well, we did it. We put it to the voters, we let them decide, but that we work to make some of these other difficult decisions that can really make us the community that many of us say we are.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks that have been said before me. And while deliberation is not always pretty, it's not always pleasant, I think that this council has made tremendous gains, unanimously passing a 2-0 moving forward tonight. And I think that it's healthy to not take the same perspective. It's healthy to not be in lockstep in our views. We come up with a better decision when we deliberate, when we listen to the community. And I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor of this. And referring to Councilmember Grand in terms of we can't stop here, 2 action items that I'm going to continue with and would encourage others to join me. One is, as I've said before, and I keep saying it, applying political pressure to the University of Michigan. They have an excess of land on North Campus, and some of their housing on North Campus, the Northwood property, is scheduled to be replaced, and that could be done with greater density and including workforce housing. The other thing that I plan to do is approach the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation and ask if they'd be interested in establishing a blue ribbon panel of community leaders to look at our total debt load and prioritize it. Because it seems like we just keep adding one millage and one bond after another, and we have significant debt load from, I guess debt load's the right word, taxation from some legacy costs. And I'm not going to point anything out right now, but I think that we need to take a comprehensive look and see if all of the taxes that we're paying right now are really valid, or if there are some areas where we could save. Thanks.
Councilmember Haney.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, when Councilwoman Griswold talks about the volume of tax, sometimes I think about as a community, personally, have I reached my personal bonding capacity? It's this millage, if this millage passes in November, it's going to be used to leverage other debt that we're going to take on as a community, is my understanding. I mean, when we build these buildings, we buy this land and so on, we're taking debt on top of this. And so one of the questions that I would like to see answered between now and November, and I guess I'll put it into council questions, is, what is this really going to cost us? What is the potential for the bonding influence that's going to come out of this and what our total costs going to be for this. I strongly believe that what's going to happen if this passes in November is that it's going to further stratify our community, that only the very wealthy will be able to afford to pay these and pat themselves on the back for doing so well, and only the very poor will be able to line up for essentially a unit from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission and their partners. And I also think that it's going to create, has the potential to create political fiefdoms. We've already seen that, social service providers that are hired by the city or that's the Ann Arbor Housing Commission have no qualms about fully engaging the community with their political opinions. And when it comes to collecting tax dollars, I find that bordering on the, just sort of unpleasant. I would think that as a whole that these social service providers and others would do well to consider a little more neutrality in these political issues, because frankly, you're talking about spending people's money. If we have, even with the expected voter turnout in November, a good deal of people aren't going to know anything about this until they reach the ballot, and a good many more people aren't even going to have a say on it. I don't put a lot of faith in these surveys where basically 60 people in my ward were asked a vague question, or 80 people were asked a vague question, and 60 of them answered between one of three different answers. And so, we'll see how this goes. I think that without my vote, it would make it to the ballot, and it is right to put these big questions in front of the voters. I think that there certainly was enough time to raise signatures for this. And I am also share Councilman Eaton's concerns that supposedly this has been going on and on and on, but only a few privileged few were allowed in on the conversation. And I find that kind of personally offensive. I hope that if people want to move forward with this affordable housing goal, because we still don't really have a written plan, that you will consider supporting the pilot program that I'm going to be bringing forward before November, because we need to open up the conversation with the University of Michigan, who brings between 100 and 140,000 people here every year, and doesn't provide nearly that amount of housing. We all know that. And they're part of the game, just like the county and the greater region is part of this game. And to hang a good portion of it, 160 million of it, on the Ann Arbor taxpayers, we need to more fully engage our partners in Southeast Michigan on this. I'll say that. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I think if people really know what they're getting into, I just hope that, I hope that it's money well spent, that we're not creating a $160 million slush fund here. I want to believe that we're going to get as many built units as we can out of this. That's the most critical thing for me. We've had 15 years, between 13 and 13 almost years of ignoring and abject failures on this housing, and poor Jennifer Hall doing the best she can with what little she's been given. And all my respect to her for working so hard to this point. And I feel this is sort of a reward for her. And hopefully if this passes, this should be able to do some good work with a lot less stress and a lot more resources. She's done a yeoman's job of work, doing a lot with a little. And so, good luck to everyone out there in November. And thank you for listening.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your co-sponsorship along with Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Nelson. It takes guts, it takes bravery, and it takes courage to put forward a millage. It's no easy endeavor, and I really appreciate you putting your names to that challenge. Thanks to the amount of work that went on to support this from staff, from experts at mission-driven nonprofits, and from community members and activists who have been involved in this issue for decades. Your support, not only through developing the political will, but also in engaging stakeholders along the way to ensure we had a broad cross-section of support leading into council conversation was incredible, and I think really transcends some of the conversation and divisiveness that might exist at this council table, and is really appreciated. I think tonight we've heard, what this revenue won't do. And when I heard that list, I was actually pretty excited. I was excited because the list of items we aren't getting with this new revenue, in that list, I heard a lot of issues that are entirely in our control. I heard topics like zoning restrictions with racist roots. And City Council has the power to change that, and has the power to change that through policies like transit supported development and accessory dwelling units. Policies that attempt to add low-cost housing to areas where it hasn't. Small rental units in single-family neighborhoods and affordable apartments along transit lines to get people who commute into town living closer to their jobs and living closer to transit. These are things that are within our control, because this millage isn't going to be a silver bullet. There's no such thing in the fight against a housing shortage and a housing crisis. It's going to take a lot of different action along the way from a lot of different councils to chip away at this issue. But this millage will do an incredible amount. First and foremost, it will fund our plan to build affordable housing on publicly owned land. And yes, there is a plan with timelines and costs and owners and Gantt charts. There is a plan. That's over 1,200 units of affordable housing, over 1,000 units of affordable housing. There's some market rate in there as well. That's going to change the lives of over 3,000 people. Office admins, janitors, service workers, bus drivers, social workers, pharmacy techs. Again, office admins, janitors, service workers, bus drivers, social workers, pharmacy techs. These are people we absolutely need in our community. We can't live without them. Our economy would shut down. We would get unhealthy. We need these people. And we have the opportunity to let them be our neighbors. Because right now, the housing that they need becomes less and less approachable every single year. And beyond that specific plan, we have the opportunity to support and fund ongoing acquisitions and constructions of many more units of housing, supporting the lives of many more people. And we don't need a perfect plan that's going to crystal ball and anticipate every single change in our housing market over the next 20 years. We need funding and trust in future councils and experts like Ms. Hall, like Mr. Crawford, like Mr. McDonald, like our nonprofit partners, to execute and use that funding in a responsible, safe way. And I trust future councils to do that and to lead that. And we were all invited to participate in this process. I know that because many of the stakeholders who have been engaging a really diverse audience as part of this working group are also members of the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board that Councilmember Bannister and I both serve on. And they're very transparent about their process of reaching out to each and every one of us. And we all had the opportunity starting in December of last year to give input and to shape this. And some participated and some did not. And that's okay, because now we all have the opportunity to participate. We all debated and discussed and we voted. And voting on it tonight isn't enough. We all have to be steadfast in our commitment to funding the construction of new permanent affordable housing. That means not disparaging this by saying things like we don't have a plan, by enumerating the list of things that this won't buy our community. It means being passionate in our advocacy that this is absolutely necessary to make our community a more inclusive place. So I trust each of us will do that. There are 11 of us. We can knock a ton of doors if we want to. Bring Biden pamphlets along the way. But we need to be behind this more than just tonight, all the way to November. That's all I have. Thanks again to the co-sponsors, to the staff, and to the nonprofit partners who helped make this happen.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I think some individual recognition to the people working behind the scenes who got us here is necessary. And really, there's no way we're having this discussion if it weren't for the efforts of Greg Pratt, Anna Foster, Chuck Warpahowski, and Dave DeVarty in particular at getting this over the hump, of getting, you know, people that don't always agree in our body to work together to craft something. And while I think Councilmember Ackerman laid it out perfectly, I think, you know, this is the culmination of a lot of grassroots effort to address what is commonly called the #1 issue for people in this city, and that we have not done a good enough job of listening to or addressing. And, you know, so I think lastly, I'd like to really thank the Community Foundation for funding the polling that got us to this point, and for the group of advocates for giving us a starting point in the ballot language. It was a lot of work to get here. It took a village to do it, but I'm excited to knock a lot of doors this fall to pass this. And you know, this really gives us a chance to live our values. And I think we can't ask for anything more than that.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, another step forward that I didn't mention before is transit-oriented development. And I know that due to the pandemic, we put that on pause. And I have a question for Tom Crawford. What action is needed in order to restart that discussion?
That has actually not been something that I've looked at, Councilmember Griswold, but I'm happy to do so and follow up with you.
Oh, okay, thanks. I've just been reading in the press and on social media that we somehow like stomped it in the ground and it will never come back again. And I'm confident that we can bring it back, and I'm wondering how we're going to do it. Thanks.
Further discussion? For my part, I would like to, echo the thanks to, Partners for Affordable Housing, and to all the folks that Councilmember Smith mentioned as well. This and the Community Foundation too, in terms of a group. This effort doesn't get off the ground if they don't do the legwork, if they don't continue on pressing like the outstanding community member advocates that they are. So to each of you and all, thank you. I think that this is an exciting time for us. This is an opportunity for Ann Arbor to express its values. You know, we all know that we are the 8th most economically segregated county in the country. We know that means that we are ourselves becoming more and more demographically segregated. And we know that process isn't going to stop if we continue along with the status quo. And what we have here in this proposed millage is an opportunity to bend the status quo, to fight against it through the construction of new of over 1,000 units of new permanent affordable housing throughout the city, in every neighborhood, every ward. This is exactly what we need as a community in order to move forward. The work that we do tonight to pass this millage, of course, is not the end. It is merely, another beginning. We will have, once this passes, as I hope and believe it will, staff and councils that follow will have a lot of hard work to do, a lot of hard decisions to make, a lot of tough votes to take. But I think it's important that we understand that each of those difficult tasks, each of those difficult actions is necessary if we're going to be a community that expresses and that exemplifies the values that we hold. Finally, I would also like to thank staff as ever and always for the work that they do on behalf of the community and with the community. Truly nothing good gets done here at City Hall without you. So thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
motion carries.
May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
We're opposed? We're adjourned.